Hello everyone, I'm Mr. Night Story, and welcome to tonight's journey toward peaceful sleep. If you're enjoying this content, I would be so grateful if you could take a moment to like this video. I'd also love to hear from you. Please feel free to share in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is there. Your kind support truly helps me continue creating these relaxing experiences for you. Now, please make yourself comfortable as we gently begin tonight's journey to restful sleep. I never considered myself someone who collected dolls. Throughout my childhood, toys held little fascination for me. While other girls my age accumulated stuffed animals and plastic figurines, I found myself drawn to books and outdoor adventures. The few toys I did own could easily be counted on both hands, and by the time I turned 14, I had given most away to younger cousins in the family. The larger of my two porcelain dolls came into my possession when I was 10 years old, a birthday gift from my closest friend, Jade. We had been inseparable since first grade, sharing secrets and spending countless afternoons exploring the woods behind my house. The doll arrived in an ornate box, its face hauntingly lifelike with pale, unblemished skin and deep, almost iridescent blue eyes that seemed to shift color depending on how the light hit them. "This isn't just any doll," my grandmother informed me after the birthday party had ended. She held it carefully, her weathered hands contrasting with the doll's pristine features. "Porcelain dolls like this one are collector's items. They're meant to be displayed, not played with." I nodded, somewhat indifferent at the time. The doll wore an elaborate Victorian-style dress of deep burgundy, with intricate lace details and a matching wide-brimmed hat that cast shadows across its face when positioned just so. I placed it on my dresser, where it remained largely forgotten as I continued my ordinary 10-year-old life. The smaller doll joined my reluctant collection approximately 2 years later as an Easter gift from my grandmother. Unlike its counterpart, this doll featured softer features, rosy cheeks, a gentle smile, and light brown hair arranged in perfect ringlets. My two sisters received identical dolls that Easter morning, though theirs mysteriously disappeared within months. Whether lost during our frequent relocations or deliberately misplaced due to growing discomfort, neither sister seemed particularly troubled by their absence. I've now had these dolls for nearly 12 years. I'm 24 as I document these experiences, having carried these porcelain companions through 3 different homes, 2 college dormitories, and now my first apartment. During this time, I've accumulated a series of incidents that I can no longer dismiss as coincidence or imagination. What follows is my attempt to chronicle these events in the hope that committing them to paper might provide some clarity, or at the very least, a record should the occurrences continue to escalate. Our log cabin home sat nestled against the edge of dense woodland, the kind of picturesque rural setting that appears idyllic in daylight, but transforms into something altogether more sinister after sunset. We had lived there approximately 3 years when my sisters came to live with us following my parents' separation. The adjustment period was challenging as we established new routines and boundaries. The cabin's rustic charm extended to creaking floorboards and settling noises that became the soundtrack of our nights. At first, we attributed every unexpected sound to the natural movements of an aging wooden structure. However, certain occurrences defied such rational explanations. The first incident I can recall with absolute clarity happened during a thunderstorm in late autumn. Power outages were common in our remote location, so we had gathered in the living room with flashlights and candles, telling ghost stories to pass the time. My younger sister, Irene, 13 at the time, had just finished recounting a particularly chilling tale when the conversation turned to items in our home that made them uncomfortable. "That porcelain doll on your dresser," Irene said, her voice lowering instinctively. "The way it watches from under that hat. I can't stand being alone in your room with it." My middle sister, Vanessa, nodded in agreement. "Every time I walk past your room, I feel like it's following me with its eyes." I laughed dismissively. "It's just a doll. It's not even particularly well made. Most of its eyelashes have fallen off." "Would you mind pushing the hat down over its face when we're home?" Irene asked. "Just so it isn't looking at us?" To humor them, I agreed, though I found their concern amusing. I had owned the larger doll for nearly 4 years by then, and had never felt anything unsettling about it. My more spiritually inclined friend Renee had once suggested that perhaps the dolls had formed some attachment to me as their owner. This explanation seemed fanciful but harmless. That night, after the power returned, and my sisters had fallen asleep, I sat at my desk, completing homework. From the corner of my eye, I noticed something unusual. The doll's hat had shifted slightly, exposing one glazed eye that seemed to be angled directly toward me. I distinctly remembered pushing the hat down as promised, making sure both eyes were completely covered. Dismissing it as a result of the house settling, or perhaps my own imperfect memory, I approached the doll and readjusted its hat. As my fingers brushed against the porcelain face, I noted with surprise that it felt unusually warm to the touch, almost as if it retained body heat. The scientific part of my mind immediately sought explanations. Perhaps it had been sitting near my reading lamp, absorbing heat from the bulb. I returned to my homework, but found myself unable to concentrate, repeatedly glancing back at the doll on my dresser. That night, for the first time, I turned it to face the wall before going to sleep. In the following weeks, I began noticing small irregularities. Items on my dresser would be slightly rearranged. The doll's hat would be raised, despite my consistent efforts to keep it lowered. Once I returned from school to find the doll had rotated approximately 45 degrees from its previous position. When I mentioned these observations casually to my grandmother, she dismissed them with practical explanations. The house settling, drafts from the poorly sealed windows, or perhaps my sisters entering my room despite our agreement about personal space. These explanations satisfied me temporarily, but couldn't account for what happened next. Within months of moving in, both of my sisters had developed elaborate rituals before entering my bedroom. Irene would knock 3 times, call my name, and wait for a response before crossing the threshold. Vanessa refused to enter unless I was physically present in the room. When questioned about these behaviors, both admitted their discomfort stemmed from the porcelain dolls. "They watch us," Vanessa explained one evening as we prepared dinner together. "Not just the way normal dolls seem to stare. They actively track movement." "That's impossible," I countered, slicing vegetables with perhaps more force than necessary. "They're inanimate objects." "Then why do you always find the hat raised when you've pushed it down?" she challenged. "And why does the smaller one always end up facing the door, no matter which way you position it?" I had no satisfactory answer, having noticed these phenomena myself, but dismissed them as coincidence or faulty memory. The following weekend, Irene approached me with an unusually serious expression. "Something happened yesterday when you were at swim practice," she began, fidgeting with her bracelet. "I needed to borrow your graphing calculator for math homework. I called for Grandma, but she was in the garden and couldn't hear me." She paused, seeming to gather courage before continuing. "I stood at your doorway for almost 5 minutes trying to work up the nerve to go in alone. The larger doll was on your dresser where it always is, but something felt different. The atmosphere in your room felt pressurized somehow, like the air before a severe storm." Irene described how she finally entered, keeping her eyes averted from the dresser as she moved toward my desk. I found the calculator and turned to leave, but something compelled me to look at the doll. The hat was raised completely, and I absolutely swear, its head had turned to follow my movement across the room. She had dropped the calculator and fled downstairs, refusing to return to the second floor until our grandmother or I was home. When I checked later, the calculator lay on the floor precisely where she claimed to have dropped it, and the doll sat on the dresser with its hat fully raised, though I had lowered it before leaving that morning. That night, I conducted a simple experiment. Before going to bed, I positioned both dolls facing the wall, measuring the exact distance between them and marking their positions with small strips of tape on the dresser surface. I took photographs with my phone to document their arrangement. When I woke the next morning, the smaller doll remained in position, but the larger one had rotated approximately 30 degrees toward my bed. The tape marker remained in place, indicating the doll had moved without disturbing its base. I checked my phone. The photograph confirmed my memory wasn't faulty. Something had shifted the doll's position during the night. The summer I turned 17, I traveled to Florida to stay with relatives for 6 weeks. Before leaving, I made special arrangements for my dolls at my sister's insistence. I placed the larger doll facing my bed with its hat pulled down completely over its face. The smaller doll I positioned on a bookshelf, facing away from the room entirely. My sisters shared the large bedroom with me in our log cabin home, a spacious area that accommodated 3 full-sized beds, a futon, television, and 3 dressers with room to spare. Despite sharing this space, they requested these specific arrangements to ensure their comfort during my absence. 2 weeks into my trip, I received a disturbing phone call from Vanessa. Her voice trembled as she recounted what had occurred earlier that day. "I was coming up the stairs to get my laptop charger," she began, her words rushing together. "You know how the staircase has that landing where you can see into our room through the banister? Well, I was about halfway up when I glanced over." She paused, and I could hear her taking deep breaths to steady herself. "The larger doll was sitting on your dresser, facing the staircase directly. Its hat was completely raised, and its head, I swear this is true, was angled downward as if it was watching me climb the stairs. I know exactly how we left it before you left. Irene and I both made sure of it." Vanessa described how she had frozen on the stairs, unable to continue upward or retreat back down for several terrifying seconds. When she finally regained control of her limbs, she raced back down to the kitchen where our grandmother was preparing lunch. "The worst part," she continued, "is what Irene told me afterward. She swears that 2 days ago, she found the doll sitting on your bed, partially covered by your blankets, as if it had crawled under them itself. She put it back on the dresser, fixed the hat, and didn't tell me because she thought I'd done it as a prank." This revelation disturbed me more than I wanted to admit. My grandmother, ever practical, suggested that perhaps one of them had moved the doll subconsciously or forgotten doing so. When I returned home 3 weeks later, I found the larger doll exactly where Vanessa described, on the dresser, facing outward, with its hat raised to expose its glass eyes. The smaller doll, however, had disappeared entirely from the bookshelf. After a thorough search, I discovered it inside my closet, nestled between winter sweaters that hadn't been touched in months. That night, I experienced something that confirmed my sister's experiences weren't mere imagination. I awoke around 3 a.m. to the distinct sensation of being watched. The moonlight filtering through my curtains provided just enough illumination to make out shapes in the darkness. As my eyes adjusted, I realized with growing horror that both dolls now sat at the foot of my bed, their pale faces turned toward me. I remained perfectly still, convinced I must be dreaming or experiencing sleep paralysis. I forced myself to close my eyes and count slowly to 100. When I opened them again, the dolls had returned to their original positions, the larger one on the dresser, the smaller on the bookshelf. In the morning, I dismissed the incident as a particularly vivid nightmare. Yet the lingering doubt remained, intensified by the discovery of a small tear in my comforter, precisely where I had seen the dolls sitting in my supposed dream. 2 years later, my family relocated to a modern 2-story home across town. The move represented a fresh start for all of us, away from the creaking floors and drafty windows of the log cabin. My bedroom in the new house was smaller but brighter, with large windows that eliminated the shadowy corners I had grown accustomed to. For the first time, I seriously considered not bringing the porcelain dolls. They sat in a moving box for nearly 3 weeks after we'd settled in, until guilt, or perhaps some inexplicable sense of obligation, compelled me to unpack them. I arranged them on a wooden bookshelf near my door, positioning them between novels so they appeared more like casual decorations than focal points. My grandmother, who lived with us, seemed relieved by the new home's solid construction and absence of unexplained noises. The first month passed uneventfully, leading us all to relax into our new routines. I had been accepted to a nearby university and was preparing for my freshman year, spending long hours studying and rarely paying attention to the dolls. One morning in early autumn, my grandmother approached me during breakfast with an unusual question. "Did you hear someone knocking in your room last night?" she asked, stirring her tea with unnecessary focus. "No," I replied, confused. "I slept through the night." "Why?" She described waking around 2:30 a.m. to the distinct sound of knocking, not gentle tapping but deliberate, forceful impacts, as if someone were pounding a fist against wood. The sound had come from the direction of my bedroom, she was certain. "I thought perhaps your mini fridge was malfunctioning," she continued. "Sometimes they make that knocking sound when the compressor is failing." Concerned, I checked the mini fridge immediately after breakfast, but it was functioning perfectly. No unusual sounds or temperature issues. I inspected my entire room carefully, but found nothing that could explain the knocking my grandmother had heard. 3 nights later, it happened again. This time, I was studying late in the living room when my grandmother appeared in the doorway, her face pale. "There's that knocking again," she whispered, "coming from your room." Together we walked upstairs, but as we approached my bedroom, the sound abruptly ceased. My door stood partially open, exactly as I had left it. Inside, nothing appeared disturbed. The porcelain dolls sat on their shelf, their glassy eyes reflecting the hallway light. My grandmother, always practical and skeptical of supernatural explanations, suggested we check the attic access panel in the ceiling outside my room, thinking perhaps an animal had become trapped. We found nothing. She then proposed the knocking might be coming from the pipes within the walls, though the plumber who inspected them the following day found no issues. The knocking occurred twice more during the following week, always when I wasn't in my room, and always stopping before I could reach the source. On the 5th occurrence, something different happened. My grandmother heard the now familiar pounding and immediately called for me. I sprinted upstairs, determined to catch whatever was causing the disturbance. As I reached the top step, I heard it clearly. 3 distinct knocks against wood, followed by silence, then 3 more. The sound emanated unquestionably from my bedroom. I pushed the door open fully and flipped on the light. The room appeared exactly as I had left it, with one exception. The smaller porcelain doll lay on the floor beneath the bookshelf, as if it had fallen or been thrown. Its tiny porcelain hand rested against the wooden baseboard, precisely the spot from which the knocking seemed to originate. I stood frozen in the doorway, unable to reconcile what I was seeing with what I knew to be possible. My grandmother appeared behind me, her breath catching as she observed the scene. "It must have fallen," she said finally, her voice strained. "The shelf might be uneven." I nodded mutely and entered the room to retrieve the doll. As I lifted it, I noticed something that made my stomach constrict. A small chip in its porcelain hand, fresh and sharp-edged, revealing the chalky white material beneath the glazed surface. The location of the chip aligned perfectly with where it would strike the baseboard if used to knock. That night, I packed both dolls carefully in a storage container and placed them in the back of my closet. Neither my grandmother nor I mentioned the incident again, as if by mutual unspoken agreement. For several weeks, our home remained blissfully quiet at night. During my freshman year of college, I returned home primarily for holidays and occasional weekends. The dolls remained sealed in their container in my closet, undisturbed and largely forgotten as I adapted to campus life. My sisters had both moved out by then, Vanessa to attend a university on the opposite coast, and Irene to live with our father in another state. The Christmas break of my sophomore year brought an unexpected visitor to our home. Rebecca, a childhood friend who had moved away during middle school, had returned to town to visit relatives. Having reconnected through social media, she eagerly accepted my invitation for dinner at our house. The evening progressed pleasantly with conversation and reminiscing until Rebecca mentioned hearing about those creepy dolls from mutual friends. My grandmother tensed visibly across the table, but I laughed it off, explaining that my sisters had always been unnecessarily frightened by perfectly ordinary porcelain dolls. "I'd love to see them," Rebecca said, her eyes bright with curiosity. "I've always been fascinated by supposedly haunted objects." Reluctantly, I led her upstairs to my bedroom. The storage container remained untouched in my closet, gathering dust. I hesitated before opening it, surprised by my own reluctance. Rebecca watched eagerly as I removed the lid and carefully unwrapped the tissue paper surrounding the larger doll. Its face emerged from the wrappings, the painted features somehow more vivid than I remembered. The blue eyes caught the light, creating the illusion of depth where none should exist. Rebecca gasped appreciatively, reaching out to touch the fabric of its dress. "It's beautiful," she murmured. "Can I take a picture to show my mom? She collects antique dolls." I nodded absently, distracted by the smaller doll still nestled in tissue paper. Something about its position seemed wrong, though I couldn't immediately identify what bothered me. As Rebecca positioned her phone to photograph the larger doll, I realized what had caught my attention. The smaller doll's head had rotated within its wrappings, its face now pressed against the transparent plastic of the container, as if peering outward. "Wait until I take it out completely," I said, reaching for the larger doll to position it better for the photograph. As I lifted it from the container, the hat fell back, exposing its face entirely. Rebecca aimed her phone and tapped the screen to focus. Suddenly, she jerked backward, nearly dropping her phone in the process. "Did you see that?" she asked, her voice high with alarm. "See what?" Its eyes. They moved. Just as I took the picture, they flicked to the side, looking directly at the camera. I dismissed her claim immediately. "That's impossible. It's a fixed porcelain doll." Rebecca thrust her phone toward me, her hand trembling slightly. "Look at the picture. Tell me what you see." The photograph showed the doll held in my hands, its face clearly visible. What struck me was the direction of its gaze, while I remembered its eyes facing forward as they always had. In the image, they were undeniably shifted toward the camera lens, creating the unsettling impression of direct eye contact with the viewer. "It's just the angle," I said firmly, though doubt crept through me. "Or maybe a reflection on the glass eyes." Rebecca wasn't convinced. She insisted on taking another photograph, this time recording a short video as well. In the second image, the doll's eyes appeared normal, facing forward as expected. The video showed nothing unusual, just a porcelain doll held in my increasingly unsteady hands. After Rebecca left that evening, I examined the dolls more carefully. The smaller one had indeed shifted position within its wrappings, though I had sealed the container months ago, and it had remained undisturbed in my closet. The larger doll's eyes appeared normal now, but I couldn't dismiss what I had seen in the photograph. Against my better judgment, I decided to place them on my desk rather than return them to storage. Perhaps constant observation would provide answers to questions I had been avoiding for years. That night, I awoke to the sound of something scratching gently against wood. Keeping my breathing steady and my eyes nearly closed, I scanned the darkened room. The dolls remained on my desk, their outlines visible in the faint glow from my alarm clock. As I watched through half-lidded eyes, the scratching sound came again. The larger doll's arm moved, a tiny, almost imperceptible motion. Its porcelain hand dragged across the wooden surface of the desk, creating the scratching noise I had heard. I remained perfectly still, fear constricting my throat as I witnessed what should have been impossible. The doll's head rotated slowly until its eyes fixed on my position in the bed. Though I couldn't make out its expression clearly in the darkness, I felt with absolute certainty that it was aware of my consciousness. After what seemed like hours but was likely only minutes, I summoned the courage to reach for my bedside lamp. The instant light flooded the room, all movement ceased. Both dolls sat innocently on the desk, positioned exactly as I had left them before going to sleep. The following morning, I examined the desk surface carefully, finding 3 tiny scratch marks in the wood where the doll's hand had rested. The incidents grew more frequent after Rebecca's visit, as if her acknowledgement of the doll's strange properties had somehow emboldened them. I returned to university after the holiday break with a mixture of relief and guilt, having once again sealed the dolls in their container and placed them in my closet. My junior year brought new challenges and distractions that pushed thoughts of the dolls to the periphery of my consciousness. I moved into an off-campus apartment with 2 roommates, immersed myself in my studies, and began an internship that consumed most of my free time. For nearly 8 months, I managed to visit home only briefly, never staying overnight. When summer arrived, however, financial necessity required me to move back into my childhood bedroom temporarily. The storage container remained undisturbed in my closet, exactly where I had left it. For the first week, I avoided opening it, telling myself I had outgrown such childish fears. My grandmother noticed my avoidance, but said nothing until one evening when we sat alone on the back porch, watching fireflies emerge in the gathering dusk. "They've been active while you were gone," she said quietly, not needing to specify what they referred to. I turned to her in surprise. My grandmother had always been the voice of reason, offering logical explanations for every strange occurrence. Her acknowledgement of the doll's activity represented a significant departure from her usual pragmatism. "What happened?" I asked, uncertain if I truly wanted to know. She sighed, her gaze fixed on the darkening yard. "The knocking returned about 2 months after you left, always from your closet, always 3 distinct knocks followed by silence, then 3 more. I ignored it at first." She described how after several weeks of this pattern, she had finally entered my room and opened the closet, finding the storage container exactly as I had left it. When she removed the lid, however, both dolls were positioned differently than I had placed them, sitting upright, facing the closet door as if waiting for it to open. "I told myself I was being foolish," she continued, "that you must have positioned them that way before leaving, but I know you didn't." What followed was a detailed account of increasingly disturbing events. My grandmother described finding the closet door open on multiple occasions, despite having closed it securely. She mentioned items in my room being rearranged, books removed from shelves, desk drawers partially opened, my bedspread disturbed as if someone had sat on its edge. "The last incident happened just 3 days before you came home," she said, her voice dropping to near a whisper. "I was awakened by what sounded like footsteps in your room. Light, careful steps moving from the closet to your bed and back again. I gathered my courage and opened your door without warning, turning on the light immediately." My grandmother's hands trembled slightly as she described what she had seen. The larger doll sitting on my pillow, the smaller one positioned at the foot of the bed. The storage container in the closet stood open, its lid on the floor beside it. "I convinced myself I must have checked the container earlier and forgotten to secure it properly," she said. "That perhaps the house settling had caused the dolls to fall into those positions. But, deep down, I knew better." That night, after my grandmother had gone to bed, I approached my closet with determined steps. The time for avoidance had passed. I opened the door and knelt before the storage container, removing its lid slowly. Both dolls lay wrapped in tissue paper, positioned horizontally as one would expect. Nothing appeared unusual or disturbed. I unwrapped them carefully, examining each for signs of damage or alteration. Finding nothing, I made a decision. I placed both dolls on my dresser, positioning them side by side facing my bed. Then I took out my phone and opened a time-lapse recording application. I set the phone on my bookshelf, aimed toward the dresser, and programmed it to capture 1 frame every 30 seconds throughout the night. With this surveillance in place, I went to bed, leaving a small lamp illuminated to ensure the camera would capture any movement. Despite my exhaustion, sleep evaded me for hours as I periodically opened my eyes to check the dolls' positions. They remained motionless until I finally drifted off around 2 in the morning. The harsh sound of my alarm woke me at 7. Sunlight streamed through my curtains, casting the room in a warm glow that seemed to contradict the uneasiness I felt. My first glance confirmed what I both expected and dreaded. The dolls had moved. The larger one now stood at the edge of the dresser, its porcelain hand extended outward as if reaching toward my bed. The smaller doll had rotated completely, its back now facing the room. With trembling fingers, I retrieved my phone and opened the time-lapse recording. The footage began normally, showing the dolls positioned as I had left them. For the first 2 hours, nothing changed. Then, at approximately 1:42 a.m., according to the timestamp, the smaller doll's head rotated slowly. a movement that should have been physically impossible given its fixed porcelain construction. At 2:17 a.m., the larger doll began to move. Unlike the smaller one's subtle shift, this movement was more pronounced. It appeared to lift itself incrementally, using tiny, jerking motions to change its position until it stood at the dresser's edge, arm extended. The recording continued until morning, showing no further movement after the dolls reached the positions in which I found them. I replayed the footage 3 times, searching for signs of manipulation or natural explanation. Finding none, I was forced to confront the reality I had been avoiding for years. The dolls moved on their own. I am 24 now, sitting in my first solo apartment with both porcelain dolls displayed on a shelf across from my desk. After years of unexplained phenomena, I have reached an unusual arrangement with these inanimate, yet somehow conscious objects. Following the recorded evidence of their movement, I spent months researching similar accounts, consulting with collectors of antique dolls, and even meeting discreetly with a paranormal investigator recommended by Rebecca. None provided satisfactory explanations for what I had experienced and documented. The paranormal investigator suggested the dolls might host attachments, spirits or energies bound to the physical objects for reasons unknown. She recommended destroying them to sever the connection. The doll collector warned that breaking porcelain dolls was considered deeply unlucky in multiple cultures, potentially releasing whatever essence they contained. My grandmother, in a surprising departure from her lifelong skepticism, suggested a third option. "They've never harmed you," she pointed out. "Their activities increase when you're absent or ignoring them, but remain relatively benign when you acknowledge their presence." This observation aligned with my own experiences. The most dramatic incidents had occurred during periods when I had stored the dolls away or left home for extended periods. When displayed openly and treated with a certain degree of acknowledgement, their activities diminished in frequency and intensity. So began our strange coexistence. I keep the dolls displayed prominently in whatever space I inhabit. Each morning I acknowledge them verbally, a simple greeting that feels both ridiculous and necessary. When traveling, I inform them of my departure date and expected return, placing them in positions facing the door as if awaiting my return. In exchange, their movements have become more subtle and less frequent. Objects in my apartment remain undisturbed. The knocking has ceased entirely. Occasionally, I still find them in slightly altered positions, particularly after mentioning them to others or writing about them as I am doing now. As I complete this account, I notice the smaller doll has rotated slightly to face the computer screen. The larger one remains in position, though its hat has raised just enough to expose its glass eyes. I feel their attention focused on my words, perhaps curious about how their story will be told. I have accepted that I may never understand what animates these porcelain figures. Perhaps they contain energies beyond scientific explanation. Perhaps long years of projected emotions and fears have somehow manifested in physical movement. Perhaps there is a perfectly rational explanation that continues to elude me. What I know with certainty is that destroying them feels wrong, not merely out of superstition, but from a deeper sense that they are, in their way, attached to me as their caretaker. They have followed me through childhood into adulthood, witnessing my development with their unchanging porcelain faces. In strange moments of honesty with myself, I acknowledged that I would miss their presence if they were gone. So we continue our unusual relationship, these watching dolls and I. They remain mostly still when observed, coming alive in the periphery of my attention, or during the unguarded hours of night. I maintain my rituals of acknowledgement, treating them with a respect that feels earned rather than irrational. Sometimes in the darkest hours before dawn, I awaken to find the larger doll has moved closer to my bedside. Its painted face reveals nothing, but I sense something almost protective in its posture. As if having attached itself to me, it now stands guard against other, less familiar entities that might wish me harm. "Good morning," I say to them now, as I prepare to end this writing session. "Thank you for letting me share your story." The air in my apartment feels momentarily heavy, then settles. Outside my window, the world continues its normal rhythms, unaware of the small, inexplicable reality we have created here. I save this document and close my laptop, turning to face my porcelain companions directly. Their glass eyes reflect the afternoon light, revealing nothing and everything about our shared history. I no longer fear what I don't understand. Some mysteries, I've learned, are best left unexamined too closely, respected from a careful distance, acknowledged but not disturbed. And so we watch each other, these dolls and I, neither fully understanding the other, but having reached a form of peace in our mutual observation. Sometimes I wonder who is really the watcher and who is being watched. Perhaps in the end, it doesn't matter. We have found our equilibrium in this strange, unspoken arrangement, and for now, that seems enough. It was 1986 when I first set foot on Philippine soil as a 20-year-old missionary. The humidity hit me like a physical force as I stepped off the plane in Manila, my white shirt immediately clinging to my back. Our group of 12, 6 men and 6 women, had traveled halfway around the world to spread our faith in this distant tropical land. After 3 days of orientation, we were assigned to Mindoro, a rural island province southwest of Luzon. I remember the bumpy jeepney ride through winding mountain roads, the lush vegetation pressing in from all sides as if nature itself was watching our intrusion. Palm trees swayed against the darkening sky while rice paddies stretched into the distance, glimmering like mirrors under the setting sun. "You'll be stationed in Barangay San Vicente," our mission coordinator, Brother Wilson, informed us. "It's a remote village, largely untouched by modern conveniences. The locals are receptive but cautious with outsiders." I nodded, trying to hide my apprehension. This was my first time away from home, away from the comfortable suburbs of Salt Lake City, where streetlights illuminated every corner and danger seemed a distant concept. Our accommodations were modest but functional. The men's quarters consisted of a small bamboo hut with a thatched roof and simple wooden bunks. It sat at the edge of the village, backed by a dense jungle that seemed to whisper secrets in the night breeze. About half a mile away stood the women's residence, a colonial-era house on stilts, simultaneously grand and decrepit, its peeling paint and weathered boards, telling stories of bygone eras. "That house has history," remarked the elderly village head, Elder Domingo, as he showed us around. His eyes carried a weight I couldn't decipher then. "It has stood for almost 200 years, built by Spanish colonizers. We are grateful to the owner for allowing your mission to use it." That night, lying on my thin sleeping mat, I listened to the unfamiliar sounds of the jungle, insects chirping in complex symphonies, distant animal calls that rose and fell like strange conversations, and the steady rhythm of rain on the roof. Sleep came in fitful bursts, interrupted by the disorienting sensation of being in a place so utterly foreign. I had no idea that the strangeness I felt was merely a prelude to the horror that awaited us. The first weeks of our mission passed in a blur of activity and adaptation. Each morning we rose before dawn for prayer and scripture study, then paired off for our daily proselytizing routes. My assigned companion was Brother Joseph Reed, a quiet, thoughtful man from Idaho who had already spent a year in the Philippines. "The key to surviving here is respecting the local customs," Joseph advised as we trudged along dirt paths between villages. "There are beliefs that go back centuries, things our Western minds might dismiss, but the Filipinos take very seriously." I wiped sweat from my brow. "Like what?" "They believe in spirits, not just in the religious sense we're teaching. They believe the dead can linger, especially those who died violently." He lowered his voice. "They say the women's house has history." Something in his tone made me uneasy, but I brushed it off as superstition. Our days followed a predictable pattern, walking for miles under the merciless sun, stopping at humble homes to share our message, and returning exhausted to our sparse quarters as darkness fell. The women in our group faced their own challenges. Sister Abigail Bennett, our group's medical specialist, often spoke of the difficulties in adapting to the primitive conditions of rural Philippine life. Despite the comparative luxury of their colonial house, They contended with unreliable electricity, questionable water quality, and the persistent sense of isolation. "There's something about that house," Sister Bennett confided during a group dinner. "The walls seem to absorb sound in strange ways. Sometimes I hear footsteps when everyone is accounted for." Brother Wilson dismissed her concerns with a wave. "Old houses settle, wood expands and contracts with humidity. Your minds are playing tricks after long days in an unfamiliar environment." I wanted to believe him, but couldn't ignore the shadow that crossed Sister Bennett's face. She exchanged glances with Sister Patricia Woodward, who looked down at her plate. "It's not just noises," Sister Woodward said quietly. "Sometimes things aren't where we left them. Doors we know we closed are open in the morning." Brother Wilson's expression hardened. "We're here to bring spiritual guidance, not to indulge in ghost stories. I suggest more prayer if you're feeling unsettled." The conversation shifted to safer topics. The progress with local contacts, upcoming community outreach events, the supplies we needed from the main mission center. But something had changed in the atmosphere of our group. A tiny seed of unease had been planted, and in the weeks to come, it would grow into full-blown terror. That night, walking back to our hut under a moonless sky, Joseph finally told me what he had heard about the women's house from locals. His words would haunt me long after the mission ended. The monsoon season arrived with a vengeance in our third month. Rain lashed against our hut in violent sheets, turning the ground to mud and the nearby stream into a raging torrent. Our missionary work slowed considerably. Few villagers ventured out in such weather, and many of our planned activities were postponed. Confined to our quarters during the worst of the downpours, we heard stories from Elder Domingo and other villagers who sought shelter with us. They spoke in hushed tones about the colonial house where our female missionaries resided. "That house has witnessed much suffering," Elder Domingo said one evening, his weathered face illuminated by kerosene lamps as thunder rolled overhead. During the Japanese occupation, it served as a command post. Many Filipinos were tortured there for information about resistance fighters. Brother William Porter, our group's historian, leaned forward. "Is that documented?" Elder Domingo shrugged. "Not everything makes it into history books, especially in remote places like this, but the elders remember. The screams could be heard throughout the village." I felt a chill despite the tropical heat. "What about after the war?" "The house stood empty for many years. No one wanted to live there. Then in the 1960s, the current owner bought it for almost nothing. He renovated it but rarely stayed there himself." Elder Domingo hesitated. "There was an incident about 15 years ago with children playing beneath the house." The room fell silent except for the drumming of rain on the roof. "What kind of incident?" Joseph asked. "War leaves many dangers behind. Unexploded ordnance, bombs, grenades, they can lie dormant for decades." Elder Domingo's voice dropped to nearly a whisper. 5 children from the village were playing under the house, where it's elevated on stilts. They found something metal and round. They didn't know what it was. My stomach tightened as I anticipated the conclusion. The explosion killed them all instantly, their blood soaked into the ground beneath the house. Some say their spirits remained trapped there, confused and angry about their sudden death. No one spoke for several moments. Finally, Brother Wilson cleared his throat. "While we respect local traditions and memories as missionaries, we don't put stock in ghost stories. These tales can be upsetting to those unused to them." Elder Domingo's eyes narrowed slightly. "It is not a story intended to frighten, brother. It is a warning. The dead deserve respect, especially those who left this world violently." That night, I couldn't sleep. The rain had subsided to a gentle patter, but every sound seemed amplified. The dripping of water from leaves, the distant call of night birds, the occasional rustling beneath our hut that could have been small animals seeking shelter. I thought about the women missionaries sleeping in that house built on blood-soaked ground. Were they safe? Was there any truth to these tales of restless spirits? My rational mind rejected such notions. But in the darkness of rural Philippines, far from everything familiar, rationality seemed a fragile defense against the unknown. The next morning, I noticed Sister Bennett's unusual pallor and the dark circles under her eyes. When I asked if she was feeling ill, she merely shook her head. "I haven't been sleeping well," she admitted. "None of us have. There's something wrong with that house, brother. Something that goes beyond creaky floors and settling foundations." I wanted to dismiss her concerns, to offer some practical explanation, but the words died in my throat when I saw the genuine fear in her eyes. Instead, I promised to speak with Brother Wilson about checking the structural integrity of the house, a pragmatic approach that might alleviate their anxieties. Little did I realize that within days, pragmatism would offer no comfort against the terror that awaited us all. As our mission work continued, the atmosphere among our group grew increasingly strained. The women missionaries appeared more exhausted each day, their usual enthusiasm dampened by something they seemed reluctant to discuss openly. During our joint planning meetings, I often caught them exchanging meaningful glances or abruptly changing the subject when certain topics arose. Brother Wilson remained dismissive of their concerns, attributing their fatigue to the challenging environment and cultural adjustment. "The Philippines tests everyone's resilience," he insisted during our weekly leaders' meeting. "It's natural to experience some psychological stress." But I noticed he never stayed at the women's house past sunset, always finding reasons to leave before darkness fell completely. One afternoon, while distributing medical supplies with Sister Bennett in a neighboring village, she finally confided in me. "It started with small things," she said, her voice low despite there being no one nearby to overhear. "Items moved from where we'd left them, cold spots in rooms despite the heat, the feeling of being watched when we were alone." I nodded, trying to appear supportive without encouraging what still seemed like imagination run wild. Then, one night Sister Woodward woke to find someone standing at the foot of her bed, a small figure dripping wet. When she screamed and turned on her lamp, there was nothing there. "Perhaps a dream?" I suggested gently. "The boundary between sleep and wakefulness can be—" "It wasn't a dream," Sister Bennett interrupted, her knuckles white around the medical bag she carried. "Because 3 nights later, I saw the same figure in the hallway outside the bathroom. A child, maybe 8 or 9 years old, with terrible burns on one side of his body. He looked at me with such accusation. I felt my mouth go dry. Have you told Brother Wilson about these sightings? He thinks we're being hysterical women." Her voice hardened. "But there's more. Sister Catherine woke up with bruises on her arms, finger marks, like someone had grabbed her in her sleep. And we've all heard the sounds." "What sounds?" "Whimpering, children crying, and sometimes in the dead of night, a sound like an explosion, but muffled, as if it's happening underground or very far away." We walked in silence for several moments before she continued. "The locked closet is the worst. It's in the main hallway, between the bedrooms. None of us has a key for it, and the owner never mentioned it. Sometimes it feels warm to the touch, and sometimes I swear I can hear scratching from inside, like something trying to get out." That evening, I spoke privately with Joseph about what Sister Bennett had told me. I expected skepticism, but his response chilled me. "The locals won't go near that house after dark," he said. "I've tried to get more information, but they just make signs to ward off evil and change the subject. Whatever happened there goes beyond just the children who died from the grenade." "You believe something supernatural is occurring?" I asked, surprised. Joseph had always struck me as thoroughly practical. He hesitated. "I believe those women are genuinely frightened, and not without reason. And I believe we have a responsibility to ensure their safety, whether the threat is physical or otherwise." 2 days later, during an unusually severe thunderstorm, the women's fears would be vindicated in a way none of us could have anticipated. The storm hit without warning. One moment, the evening sky was clear with stars beginning to appear. The next, black clouds rolled in from the mountains, bringing wind that bent palm trees nearly horizontal and rain that fell in blinding sheets. Lightning slashed across the sky in jagged patterns, followed by thunder that shook the foundations of our hut. We had just finished our evening meal when frantic pounding at our door cut through the storm's roar. Joseph rushed to open it, revealing Sister Bennett, Sister Woodward, and the 4 other women missionaries, huddled under a tarp that provided little protection against the deluge. "You have to help us," Sister Bennett gasped, water streaming down her face. "Something's happening at the house." Brother Wilson pushed forward. "Come inside, all of you. You're soaked to the bone." The women crowded into our small hut, dripping water onto the bamboo floor. Their faces were pale with terror, eyes wide and haunted. Sister Catherine Donnelly, normally the most composed among them, was shaking uncontrollably. "Tell us what happened," I said, handing out towels and the spare shirts we had. Sister Woodward spoke first, her voice trembling. "We were all in the main room, waiting out the storm. The electricity went out, so we lit candles. Then we started to hear things." "What things?" Brother Wilson asked, his dismissive tone noticeably absent now. "Children's voices," Sister Bennett said, "whispering at first, then crying. It seemed to come from everywhere, the walls, the floor, outside the windows." Sister Donnelly continued, "We thought it might be village children seeking shelter from the storm, so I went to check the back door. It was locked from inside, but when I turned around..." She swallowed hard. "There was a handprint on the window. A small one, like a child's, but it was burned into the glass from the outside. The temperature in the house dropped so suddenly we could see our breath," Sister Woodward added, "and the locked closet door began to rattle, like someone was trying to force it open from inside." "But what made us run," Sister Bennett said, meeting my eyes directly, "was when we all felt hands touching us. Small, cold hands grabbing at our clothes, our hair. We couldn't see anything, but we could feel them. That's when we decided to come here." Brother Wilson paced the small room, clearly conflicted. Finally, he sighed. "I'll assemble a team to check the house. Brother Reed, Brother Grant, Brother Porter, Brother Jenkins, and Brother Mason will come with me. The rest of you stay here with the women." I grabbed a flashlight and raincoat, heart pounding with a mixture of fear and determination. Part of me wanted to refuse, to stay in the relative safety of our hut, but I couldn't abandon my responsibilities, or my curiosity about what was truly happening in that colonial house. The 6 of us trudged through the storm, mud sucking at our boots, rain pelting us from all directions. The women's house loomed ahead, a dark silhouette occasionally illuminated by lightning. It seemed larger somehow, more imposing than usual, its elevated structure giving the impression it was floating above the ground. When we reached the front porch, we found the main door locked. "They must have locked it when they left," Brother Wilson shouted over the storm's noise. Brother Porter tried the windows, but they too were secured from inside. We circled the house, checking every possible entrance, finding each one locked. "This doesn't make sense," Joseph yelled. "How could they all be locked from inside if no one's there?" A crash of thunder punctuated his question, followed by a flash of lightning that revealed something that stopped my heart momentarily. A face at an upstairs window, pale and small, watching us with hollow eyes. "Did you see that?" I gasped, pointing. But another lightning flash showed only an empty window. Brother Wilson, frustration overcoming his fear, marched back to the front door and delivered a powerful kick near the lock. The wood splintered, and a second kick sent the door crashing inward. We entered cautiously, flashlight beams cutting through the darkness. The interior was still and silent, except for rain pattering on the roof and the occasional burst of thunder. "Let's split up," Brother Wilson commanded. "Check every room. There must be a rational explanation for all this." How wrong he was. The colonial house seemed to absorb our flashlight beams, the darkness pressing in from all sides. We moved in pairs. Brother Wilson with Brother Porter taking the ground floor, Joseph and Brother Jenkins checking the rooms upstairs, while Brother Mason and I investigated the kitchen and rear portions of the house. The women's belongings lay scattered about, evidence of their hasty departure. A half-eaten meal remained on the dining table, candles burned down to nubs, chairs overturned as if they'd been pushed back in panic. "Everything seems normal," Brother Mason whispered as we moved through the kitchen. "Just looks like they left in a hurry." I nodded, but couldn't shake the sensation of being watched. Every creak of the old house, every tap of rain against the windows seemed loaded with menace. Our flashlight beams created monstrous shadows that shifted and moved along the walls. "What's that?" I asked, pointing to a dark stain spreading on the ceiling. Brother Mason raised his flashlight. Probably just a leak from the storm. But as we watched, the stain grew, spreading across the white ceiling in branching patterns. It wasn't the brown discoloration of water damage, but something darker, almost black in our flashlight beams. A droplet fell, landing on the back of my hand. I instinctively wiped it away, then froze when I saw the smear it left behind. Red, not water, but blood. "We need to find the others," I said, my voice tight with fear. We found Brother Wilson and Brother Porter in the main hallway, standing before the locked closet the women had mentioned. Brother Wilson was examining the door with intense concentration. "The wood around this lock is newer than the rest of the door," he observed. "It's been replaced relatively recently." "The women said no one has a key," I told him, deliberately not mentioning the blood from the ceiling. I feared being dismissed as hysterical, just as the women had been. "Where are Joseph and Jenkins?" Brother Mason asked, glancing up the darkened staircase. As if in answer, a cry of alarm echoed from above, followed by the sound of running footsteps. Joseph appeared at the top of the stairs, his face drained of color. "You need to see this," he said. "All of you." We followed him up the creaking staircase to a bedroom at the end of the hallway. Brother Jenkins stood in the center of the room, flashlight trained on the wall opposite the door. What I saw there made my blood turn ice cold. Handprints, dozens of small handprints, covered the wall in a macabre display. Some appeared to be made in dirt or ash, others in what looked distressingly like dried blood. They formed a pattern that seemed almost deliberate, spiraling outward from a central point. "These weren't here earlier today," Brother Jenkins said, his voice barely audible. "Sister Bennett was in this room just before dinner. She would have noticed this." Before anyone could respond, a tremendous crash came from downstairs, so powerful it shook the entire house. We rushed down to find the source. The closet door had burst open, its lock seemingly torn from the wood. The beam of Brother Wilson's flashlight revealed an empty closet, devoid of shelves or storage. The interior walls were scorched black, as if by intense heat or explosion. On the floor lay a single rusted piece of metal, curved and hollow, unmistakably a fragment of a grenade casing. "We should leave," Joseph said, voicing what we all were thinking. "Now." We turned to exit, only to find our path blocked by standing water seeping under the front door and spreading across the entrance hall. Thunder crashed directly overhead, and in the momentary illumination from lightning through the windows, I saw impossible reflections in the water, small faces looking up at us from beneath the surface, their expressions frozen in eternal terror. Brother Wilson, his composure finally breaking, splashed through the water toward the door. "Everyone out! We're leaving this place now!" As we fled into the storm, I glanced back at the house. Through the upstairs window where I'd seen the face earlier, I now saw 5 small silhouettes, watching us go. A final lightning flash illuminated them clearly, children with terrible burns covering half their bodies, their eyes hollow and accusing. We returned to our hut, thoroughly soaked and deeply shaken. The women's relief at seeing us safe quickly turned to horror as we recounted what we'd found. "What do we do now?" Sister Bennett asked, her voice small. Brother Wilson, his former skepticism entirely gone, reached a decision. "Tonight, we all stay here. Tomorrow, I'll contact mission headquarters and request immediate relocation for the women. No one is going back to that house." As the storm gradually subsided, we settled in for an uneasy night. The women took the bunks while we men spread sleeping mats on the floor. Despite our exhaustion, sleep seemed an impossible luxury as we processed what we had witnessed. Just as drowsiness finally began to claim me, a sound cut through the quiet night. Distant at first, then growing clearer. A muffled explosion, exactly as Sister Bennett had described, followed by what sounded like children crying in pain and fear. No one spoke, but I knew from the tension in the room that everyone had heard it. We had all been given a glimpse into something beyond ordinary understanding, a tragedy from the past refusing to remain buried, pain so profound it had left an imprint on reality itself. Morning arrived with merciful brightness, the storm having cleared to reveal a washed clean sky and humid air that steamed as the sun rose. Despite the cheerful weather, our group remained subdued, speaking in hushed tones and jumping at unexpected sounds. Brother Wilson disappeared immediately after breakfast to make radio contact with the mission headquarters. When he returned 2 hours later, his expression was grim. "The earliest they can relocate us is 3 days from now," he announced. "The roads are washed out from the storm, and the nearest vehicle that can transport all of us is currently on another island." Sister Donnelly made a small, distressed sound. "We can't stay here for 3 more days." "You won't have to return to that house," Brother Wilson assured her. "We'll make arrangements for you to stay in the village. There are several families willing to host you." "What about our belongings?" Sister Woodward asked. "Everything we own is still in that house." A heavy silence followed. Finally, Joseph spoke up. "I'll go back with the team. We can retrieve your essential items." Despite my fear, I volunteered along with Brother Jenkins and Brother Mason. The 4 of us set out under the late morning sun, the muddy path to the colonial house seeming much longer than it had the previous night. In daylight, the house appeared almost benign, a weathered colonial structure with peeling paint and shuttered windows. Only the splintered front door served as evidence of our nocturnal invasion. "We get in, gather their things, and get out," Joseph instructed as we approached. "No exploring, no investigating. Just grab what they need and leave." We nodded in agreement, then cautiously entered the house. Sunlight streamed through the windows, eliminating the terrifying shadows of the previous night. The water in the entryway had dried, leaving only a faint stain on the wooden floorboards. "Let's split up to work faster," Brother Mason suggested. "I'll take Sister Bennett's and Sister Woodward's rooms." "I'll handle Sister Donnelly's and Sister Rivera's belongings," Brother Jenkins said. Joseph nodded. "I'll get Sister Anderson's and Sister Tomlin's things. Brother Grant, check the bathroom and common areas for any personal items." I moved through the house, collecting toiletries, books, and other communal possessions, keeping my eyes averted from the still open closet door in the main hallway. Despite my determination to focus solely on the task at hand, I felt an irresistible pull toward that blackened space, a compulsion to understand what had truly happened there. After gathering everything from the common areas, I found myself alone in the hallway, staring at the closet. The fragment of grenade casing still lay on its floor, illuminated by a shaft of sunlight from a nearby window. Against my better judgment, I approached the closet and knelt before it. The scorched interior walls bore testament to an intense explosion. I picked up the metal fragment, turning it over in my hands. It was unmistakably military, part of an American-made M26 grenade from the World War II era, common throughout the Philippines as leftover ordnance. Something about the closet's dimensions struck me as odd. I ran my hands along the back wall, feeling the charred wood. It seemed wrong somehow. Too shallow compared to the exterior dimensions of the house. I rapped my knuckles against the back wall, hearing a hollow sound in response. Pressing more firmly, I felt the wood give slightly. "Brother Grant?" Joseph's voice called from upstairs. "Have you finished down there? We should leave soon." "Almost done," I replied, my attention still focused on the wall. I pushed harder, and to my shock, a section of the back wall swung inward, revealing a hidden space beyond. The air that wafted out was stale and carried a faint, sickening odor. I directed my flashlight into the darkness, illuminating a small chamber, barely large enough for a person to stand in. The beam revealed writing on the walls, desperate scratches and markings, some in English, others in what appeared to be Tagalog. Among them, one phrase repeated, "God forgive us." In the center of the floor lay 5 small skeletons, their bones darkened with age, arranged in a circle as if they had been huddled together in their final moments. Scraps of decayed clothing clung to the remains, and among them lay several toys. A small wooden car, a doll missing its head, marbles scattered like fallen stars. I stumbled backward, horror closing my throat. These weren't just remains of children killed by an accidental explosion. They had been sealed in this hidden room, trapped to die in darkness. "Brother Grant?" Joseph appeared at the end of the hallway, alarm in his voice. "What are you doing?" I could only point mutely at my discovery. Joseph approached cautiously, then froze as he saw what lay beyond the false wall. "Dear God," he whispered. Within minutes, all four of us stood before the grim tableau, trying to comprehend its implications. "This isn't from the grenade incident," Brother Mason said, his voice trembling. "These children weren't killed by an explosion." Brother Jenkins knelt to examine the remains more closely, his medical training overcoming his horror. Based on the positioning and the sealed room, they were imprisoned here. They starved to death or suffocated. "But why?" I asked. "Who would do such a thing?" Joseph pointed to a faded photograph tacked to one wall of the hidden room. It showed a stern-faced man in military uniform standing before the colonial house. "I think this might have been during the Japanese occupation. Perhaps these were children of resistance fighters, imprisoned as leverage or punishment." "And the grenade story?" Brother Mason asked. "A convenient explanation for why children's spirits might haunt this house," Joseph said grimly. The truth was too horrible to acknowledge. A long silence followed as we contemplated the tragedy we had uncovered, children condemned to a slow, terrifying death, their bodies hidden behind a wall, their fate obscured by a more palatable narrative of accidental death. "We need to report this to the authorities," I said finally. "These children deserve proper burial and remembrance." I never intended to become a park ranger. Growing up in the suburbs of Detroit, I was more interested in video games and comic books than the great outdoors. But life has a way of taking you down unexpected paths. After barely graduating high school, I bounced between dead-end jobs for a few years. Retail, fast food, telemarketing, I tried them all, but nothing stuck. I was directionless and starting to feel the weight of my mounting credit card debt and student loans. I needed a steady paycheck and health insurance. That's when I stumbled on a job listing that would change the trajectory of my life. Park ranger at Porcupine Mountains Wilderness State Park in Michigan's remote Upper Peninsula. The description made it sound idyllic, living in a rustic cabin, patrolling pristine forests, helping campers experience nature. And critically, it provided housing, which would help me get back on my feet financially. I fired off an application, figuring I had nothing to lose. To my shock, I got an interview and eventually a job offer. They were desperate for warm bodies to fill vacancies at the isolated park. After a rushed 2-week training program that focused more on paperwork than practical skills, I loaded my beat-up Honda Civic and made the 10-hour drive from Detroit to my new home in the Porkies. As I wound along deserted logging roads into the heart of the park to reach the ranger station, I felt completely out of my element, like a foreign tourist who took a wrong turn. Towering hemlocks and paper birches seemed to close in around me. The forest possessed a heaviness I had never encountered in the city, an ancient stillness broken only by bird calls and the whisper of leaves. Little did I know, but I was driving into a nightmare, one that would push me to the ragged edge of sanity and make me question everything I thought I knew about the natural world. And it all started with a grinning man in a red flannel shirt. "You must be the new ranger, Cooper, right?" The man enthusiastically pumped my hand in the gravel parking lot of the ranger station. "I'm Steve, your supervisor. Welcome to Porcupine Paradise." I stared at Steve, unsure what to make of his hyper-cheerful greeting. He looked to be in his mid-50s, with a scraggly salt and pepper beard and deep creases around his eyes from a lifetime of squinting into the sun. Everything about him screamed, career outdoorsman. The faded Forest Service badge on his wool jacket, the tattered Carhartt pants, the scuffed hiking boots. I instantly felt like a phony in my brand new Timberlands and North Face fleece. It's Cooper, yeah," I said. "Thanks for having me. Let me give you the 10-cent tour and we'll get you settled." Steve led me into the rustic wood building that served as the park headquarters. As we walked down the hall, Steve gestured to the closed doors. "That's the admin office where Janice works. You'll get to know her well. She keeps this place running. Next up is Brian's office, our maintenance lead. Man's a wizard with a wrench." I tuned out Steve's chatter as I gawked at the stuffed wildlife mounts lining the walls. An 8-point buck with a massive spread, a raccoon frozen mid-snarl, a porcupine that looked deceptively cuddly. "And here's your home sweet home." Steve pushed open a door at the end of the hallway to reveal a glorified janitor's closet with a desk, chair, and stack of metal filing cabinets. A layer of dust coated every surface. "I know it's not much, but it's yours." Steve handed me a brass key. "I'll let you get unpacked while I grab your radio and orientation binder. Holler if you need anything." He clapped me on the shoulder and disappeared back down the hallway, whistling. Alone, I set my duffel bag on the desk and perched on the edge of the chair, wondering what I had gotten myself into. I'm not going to lie. A part of me wanted to run straight back to Detroit, but I had something to prove, if only to myself. I was sick of being a screw-up. I wanted more out of life, and this was my chance at a fresh start away from bad influences and my own worst impulses. I had to make this work. My first few weeks as a ranger were a crash course in just how unqualified I was for the job. The physical labor alone was beyond anything I had experienced. I thought I was in decent shape, but that first day of trail maintenance destroyed me. 8 hours of chainsawing tree limbs, hauling brush, and digging drainage trenches, all at an elevation my sea-level lungs weren't used to. I dragged myself back to my cabin that night, muscles screaming, hands blistered and bleeding, and passed out before I could even make dinner. But it wasn't just the brutal work that threw me for a loop. It was the isolation. The park was so vast and remote, I could go an entire shift without seeing another human being. Just an eerie, unbroken sea of trees in every direction. The other rangers didn't exactly roll out the welcome mat either. They were a tight-knit, crusty bunch who had logged decades in the park and lived and breathed the job. My cluelessness and constant questions clearly annoyed them. They responded with gruff one-word answers and eye rolls whenever I asked for help. Well, all of them except for Steve. He took me under his wing with an almost unnerving enthusiasm, like I was a shiny new toy he couldn't wait to play with. Every morning he sought me out with a maniacal grin. "Ready to dance with the Porkies, Cooper?" I didn't know what that meant, but his eyes gleamed with a strange intensity. Steve always volunteered to partner with me on patrols, talking my ear off as we hiked. He told me about growing up in the UP, his time in Vietnam, his 4 ex-wives. But his favorite topic, by far, was the bizarre history of the park. "Did you know Teddy Roosevelt was almost assassinated right in this spot?" he said once, gesturing to a clearing. "Back in '02, when he visited the park as president. Some Canadian miner took a shot at him, but Teddy beat him with his bare fists. Tough son of a bitch. Then there was the winter of starvation back in 1889, he said another time. A whole company of lumberjacks got snowed in and had to resort to cannibalism to survive. They say their ghosts still haunt these hills, eternally hungry for flesh." I wasn't sure how much to believe. Steve spoke about this stuff with such certainty, but there was also a mischievous twinkle in his eye, like he was putting me on, pulling my leg to entertain himself. Either way, his tall tales helped pass the long hours in the woods. And I had to admit, despite the back-breaking labor and loneliness, there were moments of incredible beauty. Golden aspen leaves spinning in the crisp fall breeze. A majestic bald eagle swooping over a mist-shrouded river. The Milky Way sprawling across the inky night sky. More stars than I ever imagined. It almost made the hardship worth it. Almost. I was about a month into the job when I had my first real taste of danger. Steve and I were on a routine patrol, hiking a remote section of trail along the Big Carp River. We hadn't seen a soul all day. The forest felt different, hushed and heavy, like a held breath. Even Steve was uncharacteristically quiet, eyes roving between the trees. After about an hour of hiking, he froze and held up a fist. "You hear that?" I cocked my head, listening. At first, all I heard was the gurgle of the river. Then, from deep in the woods, a sound that made my blood run cold, a long, agonized cry, almost human but not quite. It rose in pitch before cutting off abruptly. "What the hell was that?" I asked, trying to keep my voice from shaking. Steve pursed his lips. "Cougar, most likely. Sounds like it's got prey." I stiffened. "Are they dangerous?" "They normally avoid humans, but better safe than kitty chow. Here." Steve unholstered his pistol and handed it to me. The cold weight of the gun shocked me. I had never held one before. Steve must have noticed my wide eyes. "Ever shot a gun, kid?" I shook my head. "Well, you're about to learn. Lord willing, you won't need to use it. But if that cat comes at you, aim for center mass and squeeze the trigger. Don't pull." He slid a magazine into his own gun and chambered around. "Stay close and do exactly as I say. We're going to back out of here nice and slow." My heart hammered against my ribs as we retraced our steps, watching each other's backs, jumping at every snapped twig. I held the pistol in a sweaty two-handed grip, barrel pointed at the ground like Steve showed me. It took every ounce of willpower not to bolt. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but I forced myself to keep a slow, steady pace, eyes frantically sweeping the forest. The cougar's cry echoed in my head on repeat. By some miracle, we made it back to the trailhead without incident. I was shaking and drenched in sweat, but giddy with relief. I had survived my first real test. Steve clapped me on the back. "Baptism by fire, Cooper. You did good, real good. Kept your head when it counted. I think you might just have what it takes to hack it out here after all." I handed the gun back to him, noticing that my fingers left slick smudges on the grip. "Is it always like this? I mean, are cougars a big problem?" Steve holstered his pistol and gave me an odd smile. "Cougars, no. They're the least of your worries in this park." He turned and began cleaning his boots on the brush scraper, humming tunelessly under his breath. I stared at his back, a chill playing down my spine despite the adrenaline still buzzing through my veins. The least of my worries? What the hell did that mean? For the first time, I wondered if the real danger out here walked on 2 legs instead of 4. As the long summer days bled into crisp autumn, I fell into a routine at the park. Wake up at dawn, brew a pot of bitter coffee, pull on my uniform, and strap on my hiking boots for another day of patrols, maintenance, and search and rescue ops. Eat dinner from a can, fall into bed sore and bone-tired, repeat. But even as my body hardened and my skills sharpened, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about the Porkies. Little things at first, easy to dismiss. Equipment malfunctioning for no reason. Radios going to static, chainsaws refusing to start, GPS units leading me in circles. Animal carcasses with strange wounds turning up in the woods, not predator kills but something else. Something surgical and deliberate. And then there were the hikers. Every few weeks, someone would wander into the station wild-eyed and raving about lights in the sky and figures in the trees. They claimed to have seen impossible, physics-defying things. Orbs that danced through the brush. Towering stick-thin silhouettes that shimmered like heat mirages. There one moment and gone the next. Disembodied screams that seemed to come from the very earth. We always chalked it up to dehydration or recreational pharmaceuticals, gave them water, and a place to calm down before sending them on their way. But after the 4th or 5th incident, I started to wonder. I mean, what were the odds of that many people having the exact same delusion? I was mulling this over one frosty October morning when Steve stopped by my cabin. "Want to take a little detour on our patrol today? I've got something special to show you." That mischievous glint was back in his eyes. Against my better judgment, I agreed. We hopped in the Jeep and headed deep into the backcountry, bouncing over washed-out logging roads. After an hour of kidney-jarring driving, Steve pulled up to a decrepit log cabin nestled in an aspen grove. The roof sagged, and the windows were boarded over. It looked like something out of a slasher movie. Steve jumped out and beckoned me to follow. "Ain't she a beaut? This is the old Bergson homestead, or what's left of it anyway." "Okay," I said, not sure why he was showing me this ramshackle ruin. The Bergsons were one of the original settler families in the area, tough folks. Cleared this land with their bare hands back in the 1800s. But then, Steve lowered his voice. In the winter of '06, a blizzard trapped them up here for months. They ran out of food. Had to make some grim choices to survive, if you catch my drift. Old man Bergson slit his wife's throat and butchered her right here in this cabin to feed the young'uns. I stared at Steve, my gut churning. I wasn't sure if he was bullshitting me again with his tall tales, but the hairs on my neck prickled. There was an undeniable menace emanating from the abandoned building. Steve grinned. They say on winter nights you can still hear Mama Bergson screaming, begging for mercy as the axe came down. A high, thin wail skirled through the trees, raising every hair on my body. I nearly jumped out of my skin. Steve burst out laughing. Jesus, Cooper, you should have seen your face. Damn near filled your britches. He cackled and slapped his knee. Just a coyote, kid. Must be close to have spooked you so bad. Anger and embarrassment burned my cheeks. I was sick of Steve playing me for a fool. Sick of him treating me like entertainment. I opened my mouth to tell him to go to hell, but he was already striding toward the cabin. Come on, let's take a peek inside. I'll bet the place is just crawling with spooky vibes. Before I could stop him, Steve heaved his shoulder into the rotted wood door. It crashed inward with a puff of dust. Steve charged ahead, spurred boots thumping on the decayed floorboards. I had no choice but to follow. The cabin was pitch black inside, choked with cobwebs and the reek of mold. Steve clicked on his flashlight, playing the beam over the interior. A rusted iron stove hulked in the corner. A few pieces of broken furniture scattered around. Everything was fuzzy with dust and decay. Steve's light landed on a dark splotch in the center of the floor. A very familiar dark splotch, rusty brown and flaking. My blood turned to ice water. Is that? My words died in my throat. Steve hunkered down and touched a finger to the stain. It left a ruddy smear on his skin. He studied it with something approaching reverence. That's Mama Bergson's blood right there, spilled over 100 years ago, and it still won't wash away. Like the land won't let the sin be forgotten. I fought down the urge to vomit. This was too much. The casual cruelty, the ghoulish fascination with suffering. I'd about hit my limit of Steve's sick little joyrides. But when I looked up to tell him so, the words shriveled on my tongue. Because Steve was gone. Vanished into thin air. And in his place, a bone-white face leered out of the darkness, lipless mouth stretched into a macabre grin. I didn't have time to scream before icy fingers wrapped around my throat, crushing my windpipe. As my vision tunneled to black, I heard Steve's voice hiss in my ear. Welcome to the Porkies, Cooper. I came to on the blood-tacky floor, head splitting, throat bruised and raw. Wan light filtered through the gaps in the boarded-up windows, painting stripes on the dust. Steve was crouched over me, face etched with concern. Jesus, Coop, you okay? He reached out a hand to help me up. I shrank away, scrambling backwards until I hit the wall. The memories rushed back in a nauseating flood. The story of cannibalism and murder. The face in the dark, the choking hands. I clapped a palm over my neck, expecting to find fingertip-shaped welts, but the skin was smooth. What happened? I croaked. It hurt to push the words through my aching throat. Steve's forehead creased. You took a nasty spill. Rotted floorboards gave way and you went down hard, whacked your noggin something fierce. Been out for a good 10 minutes. I stared at him, not comprehending. But the face, and the hands around my neck, I thought... Steve's frown deepened. Hands? What are you talking about, Cooper? You must have hit your head harder than I thought. There's no one here but us. I shook my head, ignoring the spike of pain behind my eyes. No, I saw it. Some thing attacked me, choked me out. Steve sighed and rocked back on his haunches. He looked suddenly weary, the lines in his face carved deep as canyons. This place, it plays tricks on the mind. Makes you see things, question your own senses. I should know better than to bring a rookie up here. He reached into his jacket and pulled out a flask, unscrewing the top and taking a long swig. He offered it to me, but I waved it away, stomach roiling. The Bergsons aren't the only dark history in these woods, Steve said, voice rougher than usual. There's a reason the local tribes avoided this area for centuries before the white man came. They said it was cursed land, where the veil between worlds ran thin, where monsters walked among men. A chill traced my spine at his words, at the uncharacteristic seriousness of his tone. This was a Steve I had never seen before. Not the jovial, wisecracking old-timer, but someone harder, haunted. He took another pull from the flask, Adam's apple bobbing. I've seen things out here, Cooper. Things that defy logical explanation. Shadow figures darting between trees. Glowing eyes staring out of the dark. Noises that couldn't possibly come from any earthly critter. Steve trailed off, gaze distant, lost in memory. I hugged my knees to my chest, head throbbing, trying to make sense of it all. Were the strange sights and sounds reported by hikers more than just ranger lore? Did Steve actually believe in the supernatural? But hey, maybe it's just this place getting to me in my old age. Steve barked a laugh, but it rang hollow. Spending too much time alone in the woods, you start to get a little squirrely. He pushed to his feet and held out a hand to me. Come on, let's get you back to the station. Get some ice on that melon of yours. I hesitated a moment before grasping his weathered palm and letting him haul me up. The room spun and I stumbled, but Steve steadied me. Just a few more months till winter, kid. Then we'll have some peace and quiet around here. We limped out of the cabin into the too bright afternoon, the ghosts of the porkies dogging our heels. I didn't know what to believe anymore. If the terrors lurking in this forest were flesh and blood predators, or something more sinister. All I knew was that I had never felt more trapped than here, in the Devil's Playground, wearing the uniform that had begun to feel more like a straitjacket with each passing day. The next few weeks were a waking nightmare. Ever since that day at the Bergson cabin, nothing felt right. It was like a door had been opened in my mind, one that couldn't be closed again. Suddenly I couldn't unsee the wrongness that permeated every square inch of the porkies. The trees that seemed to shift and undulate when viewed from the corner of my eye, but stood perfectly still when I faced them head-on. The way the buzzing of flies sounded disturbingly like mocking laughter on certain days. The images that appeared in the fogged-up windows of my cabin, gone too fast to identify but leaving my skin crawling with dread. I spent a lot of time looking over my shoulder, painfully attuned to every errant sound, every flicker of shadow. The sense of being watched was oppressive, inescapable. Steve must have noticed my unraveling, because he hardly ever left me alone on patrols anymore. That is, when he bothered to show up for work at all. He had become even more erratic since the incident, prone to long, unexplained absences and alarming mood swings. Some mornings he was his normal, back-slapping self, but on others he vanished into the woods alone with a haunted look and didn't return until well after dark. Once I walked into the station to find him passed out at his desk, surrounded by a scattering of topo maps marked up with arcane symbols, empty whiskey bottles, and what looked like animal bones. I didn't know which was worse, the claustrophobic dread of patrolling the forest with whatever lurked between those pines, or being left alone with my own splintering psyche. I started dreading the night, when the station emptied out, and the deep, primordial dark pressed against the thin pane of my cabin window. I took to working myself to exhaustion, pushing my body to its limits just so I could fall into a dreamless oblivion for a few scant hours. But I couldn't outrun the horror forever. It all came to a head one blustery November afternoon. The light was just beginning to leach from the sky when dispatch crackled over the radio about a pair of overdue hikers last seen on the Superior Trail. Steve and I climbed into the Jeep and roared up the old logging roads. They probably just got turned around, Steve said, but there was a tightness around his mouth I hadn't seen before. Happens all the time with these weekend warriors. They think a smartphone and some granola bars make them Daniel Boone. I didn't reply, knuckles white on the grab handle as the Jeep bucked and shimmied over the washouts. My nerves were strung wire-tight, a sick feeling of dread coalescing in my gut. We parked at the trailhead and grabbed our packs, preparing to hike in the last few miles to the hikers' last known coordinates. That's when I noticed it. The forest was completely, utterly silent. No bird calls, no chittering of squirrels, not even the damn wind. A palpable aura of menace hung in the air, so thick I could almost taste it on my tongue, coppery and cloying. Steve froze with one foot on the running board, head cocked. "You feel that?" he said, voice barely above a whisper. I nodded mutely, not trusting myself to speak. Every instinct was telling me to turn tail and run, to get as far away from those watching woods as my legs could carry me. But I had a job to do. People were counting on me. I couldn't abandon them, even if I was starting to fear I couldn't save them either. Together, Steve and I stepped onto the path and let the reaching fingers of the forest swallow us whole. The trail wound through dense stands of snow-flocked hemlocks, our boots crunching on the crust of ice glazing the hard-packed dirt. The light took on a strange crystalline quality, refracting off the frost and throwing prismatic fractals on the edges of my vision. Or maybe those rainbow auras were just incipient hypothermia from the deepening cold. It was getting harder and harder to tell. We came to a fork where the main trail split off toward Lake Superior. I paused, unsure, breath puffing white in the air. The snow here was churned up with overlapping boot prints, the meandering tracks of small woodland creatures, and something else. A line of unmistakable divots, each easily 2 feet long, bare human feet, and they led straight into the darkening trees. "Steve," I said, my voice cracking. "You see that?" He stood motionless, staring into the gloom. Could be the hikers. If they got disoriented, hypothermic, might have ditched their shoes. It was a weak rationalization, and we both knew it. I'd taken enough first aid courses to understand the effects of exposure. If these people had been wandering in the cold long enough to start shedding clothes, they were likely already dead. Steve unshouldered his pack and took out his service pistol, checking the slide with an efficient click-clack. He held it out to me, butt first. "Take it. I've got a feeling you're going to need more than a harsh language out here tonight." I stared at the gun, the oiled metal glinting dully in the blue light. Then I looked back at Steve's grim, set face. He'd never armed me on a search and rescue before. Slowly I wrapped my fingers around the textured grip, a leaden weight dropping into my stomach. "Stay sharp," Steve said, "and if you see anything unnatural, don't hesitate. In this place, it's shoot first and ask questions never." With that less than comforting advice, we stepped off the maintained trail and into the thickening shadows between the trees, following the eerie barefoot tracks. The forest closed in around us, and the temperature plummeted 20 degrees in the space of a few steps. My breath sawed in and out of my lungs, pain blossoming behind my eyes with every frigid inhale. Time seemed to dilate and skip, speeding up and slowing down in nauseating jolts. The trees crowded closer, branches snagging on our coats, grasping at our hair. Thorns I could have sworn weren't native to these woods scoured my face, drawing icy trickles of blood. And then, after simultaneously 10 minutes and 10 hours of increasingly hellish hiking, we stumbled into a small clearing and found them. 2 bodies, sprawled in the center of a flattened circle of yellowed grass. They were stripped naked, skin marbled blue and black with cold. Their eyes were open, frozen in expressions of abject terror, mouths stretched in silent screams. But that wasn't the worst of it. No, the worst was the way they had been, arranged. Limbs threaded together in impossible knots, torsos hollowed out and splayed like obscene, fleshy flowers. Ropey skeins of intestine looped around a nearby tree in a complex, repeating pattern, almost like, "It's a sigil," Steve said hoarsely, "some kind of occult symbol." As I stared in shock, my brain struggling to process the overwhelming organic wrongness of the scene, Steve raised a shaking finger to point at the edge of the glade. There, crouched between the boles of 2 massive hemlocks, was a figure, emaciated and elongated in a way that suggested it was anything but human. It watched us with milky, pupilless eyes. Antlers, gnarled and black as charcoal, sprouted from its misshapen skull, and it was smiling, if you could call that lipless slash in its face a smile. In its hands, it cradled a pulsing lump of purple-red meat, a human heart, ripped from one of the ravaged chests before us. As I watched in horror, the creature raised the organ to its jagged maw and bit down with a wet, shredding sound. Steve was yelling something, but his voice seemed to come from a long way off, yoked away from me by a whistling in my ears that built and built. I fumbled for my pistol, but my fingers were bone cold, wooden, unable to close around the grip. The last thing I remember before the darkness swallowed me was the creature rising to its full, towering height, unfolding from the forest floor like a stop-motion video of decay in reverse. It cocked its malformed head, vertebrae cracking audibly, and spoke in a guttural rasp that had no business emerging from a throat never meant for human language. "Welcome to the Porkies." Then the world kaleidoscoped away from me in a barrage of light and noise and blood, so much blood, and I slipped into the bottomless black of unconsciousness. I awoke 3 days later in a narrow hospital bed, a forest of IVs and wires sprouting from my body. At first, the doctors thought I would be a vegetable, or at the very least, severely brain damaged from my prolonged hypothermia. It's not every day a search party finds a ranger curled in the fetal position in a foot of snow, covered in someone else's blood and raving about monsters. But by some dark miracle, my mind was intact. The same couldn't be said for the rest of me. I had lost several fingers and toes to frostbite, suffered permanent nerve damage that left me with a tremor in my hands. And the memories, well, those would never stop. A horror movie on repeat in my head every time I closed my eyes. Steve's body was never found, nor were the creatures or whatever nightmare beings had torn him and those poor hikers apart and decorated the trees with their viscera. The official report called it an animal attack, and I was in no position to argue. After all, who would believe the ravings of a traumatized, half-frozen man? No, it was better to let them think a bear or a pack of wolves was responsible. Better to let Steve's fate remain a mystery, his name etched on some sad little plaque commemorating rangers killed in the line of duty. Better to let the Porkies keep their secrets, sleeping beneath that blanket of silent snow. Because I know the truth. I know that what hunts in the fathomless dark of those woods is older and hungrier than anything that's walked this earth in a long, long time. And it's still out there, waiting for the next fool to wander down the trail and into its patient, loving arms. I will never set foot in that forest again, but sometimes, in the black of night, I swear I can still hear that rattling, monstrous voice, rolling over me like a fog, welcoming me back to the playground of the damned. And I know it's only a matter of time. In late autumn of 2019, I was working as a package delivery driver for a shipping company in rural Tennessee. At 29, I'd been with the company for just over 3 years, long enough to know the rhythm of the job, but still new enough to be assigned the routes nobody else wanted. Most days, I navigated a hulking box truck through winding mountain roads and forgotten backwoods communities, where addresses were suggestions rather than certainties. The company had assigned me what they called extended rural routes, which was corporate speak for the most isolated, difficult-to-reach customers in the county. My daily run took me through dense forests and along unmarked dirt roads that disappeared into thick underbrush. The truck's GPS often gave up entirely, leaving me to rely on paper maps and vague directions from locals. You'll know it when you see the 3 mailboxes clustered together, then take a right at the oak with the lightning scar, an old-timer had once told me at a gas station. Somehow, these imprecise landmarks always proved more reliable than any digital technology. I actually enjoyed the solitude of these routes most days. The hills were peaceful in the mornings, fog drifting between pine trees like ghosts, deer watching curiously as my truck rumbled past. The residents were typically friendly, country people who appreciated someone bringing their orders from the outside world. They'd offer coffee, share local gossip, or warn me about washed-out roads ahead. But not all stops were pleasant. Some properties sent warning signals the moment you turned onto their drives. Aggressive, no trespassing signs riddled with bullet holes, Confederate flags hanging limp in the still air, or the eerie silence that falls when you realize you're being watched but can't spot the observer. I developed a system for these places. Park facing the exit, leave the keys in the ignition, make the delivery quick, and never venture beyond what was absolutely necessary. Rural delivery taught me to trust my instincts. When something felt wrong, it usually was. October had brought shorter days and earlier sunsets. By 4 in the afternoon, shadows lengthened across the landscape, transforming familiar terrain into something more sinister. The company had a policy against deliveries after dark in these remote areas, but the reality of the job meant I was often racing the setting sun to complete my route. That particular day had started normally enough. I'd loaded my truck before dawn, checked my manifest, and headed out as the first hints of sunrise colored the eastern sky. The weather had turned unseasonably cold, and a thin layer of frost covered the ground. My breath formed small clouds in the cab as I worked through my morning deliveries. Nothing about that day suggested it would permanently alter how I viewed my job, my safety, or my understanding of what people are capable of hiding in plain sight. By early afternoon, I had worked through 2/3 of my packages. The remaining deliveries took me deeper into the county, beyond cell service and into areas where houses appeared only occasionally through breaks in the dense forest. The roads narrowed, pavement giving way to gravel, then to rutted dirt paths barely wide enough for my truck. My next drop-off was marked on my manifest simply as 6708 Timber Ridge Road. The address had a note attached, "End of road, no house number visible." This wasn't unusual for rural deliveries, but something about this particular note made me pause. I'd been down Timber Ridge Road before, delivering to houses near its entrance, but never to its end. The turn onto Timber Ridge appeared suddenly, a gap in the trees with a weather-beaten wooden sign nailed to a pine trunk. The road immediately declined into a steep, winding path. Loose gravel shifted under my tires as I navigated the descent. Tall trees crowded both sides, their branches forming a canopy that blocked out much of the afternoon light. I passed several mailboxes clustered at the road's entrance. The occupied properties were always closer to the main road, I'd learned. As I continued deeper, the houses grew more sporadic, more weathered. Most appeared uninhabited, with boarded windows or collapsing roofs. The few occupied homes showed minimal signs of life. A thread of smoke from a chimney, a single vehicle parked outside, yards maintained just enough to keep the forest at bay. 3 miles down Timber Ridge, the houses stopped entirely. I checked my GPS out of habit, though I knew it wouldn't help. The screen showed me traveling through an empty green space, no roads marked. According to my manifest, I should be getting close. The road narrowed further, forcing me to drive at walking speed to avoid the worst ruts and exposed roots that threatened to bottom out my truck. Tree branches scraped against the sides of my vehicle like fingernails. I instinctively hunched lower in my seat. After another mile of painstaking progress, the road forked unexpectedly. No markers indicated which direction to take. I consulted my manifest again, finding no additional information. With reluctance, I chose the right fork, which seemed slightly more traveled than the left. The path grew even worse, less a road and more a suggestion of one. Twice I had to exit the truck to move fallen branches. The sky had clouded over, casting the forest into premature twilight. I began to wonder if I'd made a wrong turn when the trees finally thinned, revealing a clearing ahead. I emerged from the forest to find myself at what appeared to be a dead end. The clearing was roughly circular, about 50 yards across, surrounded completely by dense woods. At its center stood a small cabin set back from where the road terminated in a patch of overgrown weeds. No vehicles were visible. No smoke rose from the chimney. Nothing indicated human presence except the building itself, a single-story structure with wood siding weathered to a uniform gray. If not for the package on my passenger seat, I would have assumed the place was abandoned. I checked my watch. 3:47 p.m. The sun would be setting in less than an hour. Company policy dictated that undeliverable packages should be returned to the depot, but that would mean navigating these roads in darkness. Better to attempt the delivery now. I reached for my scanner and the small box addressed to occupant 6708 Timber Ridge Road. The package was lightweight, about the size of a hardcover book, wrapped in standard brown paper with no return address. Nothing unusual except for its destination. I stepped out of the truck, immediately struck by the profound silence of the clearing. No birds called, no insects buzzed. Even the wind seemed to have died completely, leaving the air unnaturally still. For the first time that day, a distinct sense of unease settled over me like a physical weight. The first thing I noticed was how the clearing seemed deliberately maintained. Unlike the overgrown road, the open space around the cabin had been kept clear of saplings and underbrush. Not neatly mowed like a lawn, but methodically cleared, as if someone regularly patrolled the perimeter with tools designed for cutting back the forest's constant encroachment. I approached slowly, scanning my surroundings with increasing discomfort. The cabin itself appeared older than I initially thought, perhaps built in the 1950s, with architectural elements that hadn't been in style for generations. The roof sagged slightly in the middle, and the wooden steps leading to the front porch had been reinforced with cinder blocks where they'd begun to rot. What struck me as odd was the presence of modern technology attached to this decaying structure. A satellite dish was mounted on the roof, not just one, but 3 separate dishes positioned at different angles. A 4th dish lay on the ground nearby, partially overgrown with weeds. The incongruity was jarring, like finding a smartphone in a medieval castle. As I approached the cabin, I noticed something else that stopped me momentarily. What I had assumed was an abandoned vehicle tucked against the tree line was actually the rusted shell of an old pickup truck. Nature had begun to reclaim it. Vines grew through the empty engine compartment, and the cab was filled with decades of fallen leaves. But it hadn't been dumped there. It had been parked and then simply left to decay in place. I resumed my walk toward the cabin, the package clutched in my hand. My footsteps sounded unnaturally loud in the silence, each crunch of gravel beneath my boots announcing my presence. I found myself walking more carefully, placing each foot with deliberate precision to minimize noise. The front yard, if it could be called that, contained no personal items, no forgotten tools, no outdoor furniture, nothing to suggest regular use of the space. Just bare dirt and patches of stubborn weeds. I reached the bottom of the steps and paused, listening for any indication of movement within. Nothing. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding thin and ineffectual in the oppressive quiet. "Delivery service." No response came from within. I hesitated, then mounted the steps one at a time, wincing at their creaking protest under my weight. The porch boards seemed solid enough, though weathered to a silvery gray. A single bare light bulb was mounted above the door, unlit. The front door was the most modern thing about the structure, solid wood with a large glass pane in its upper half. The glass was surprisingly clean compared to the rest of the exterior, as if recently wiped. I raised my hand to knock, then froze as I caught my first glimpse of the interior. Through the glass, I could see directly into what should have been the main living area. The room was completely empty except for 2 metal folding chairs placed in its center, not against a wall, not arranged conversationally, but positioned side by side, both facing the corner of the room. The corner itself contained nothing, no television, no shrine, no object of any kind. Just 2 chairs facing a blank wall. I felt the hairs on my arms stand on end. Something about those chairs, their deliberate placement, their solitary purpose, suggested a ritual or behavior I couldn't comprehend. They seemed to be waiting for occupants. I nearly turned away then. Every instinct urged me to return to my truck and leave the package on the porch. But professional habit took over, and I knocked firmly on the door frame. The sound echoed through the apparently empty structure. I waited 30 seconds, then knocked again, louder this time. "Package delivery," I called out, my voice noticeably strained. When no response came, I tried the door handle, finding it locked. Following protocol, I set the package down in front of the door, took a photo with my scanner to confirm delivery, and backed away, still facing the cabin. As I retreated, my gaze drifted to a window on the side of the structure. Through dirty glass, I could make out what appeared to be a kitchen. Unlike the main room, this one contained ancient appliances, a refrigerator with rounded corners from the mid-century, a stove with mechanical dials. But like the main room, it showed no signs of recent use. No dishes, no food containers, no evidence of habitation. The entire structure appeared to be a shell, maintained just enough to keep standing, but not actually lived in. Except for those chairs, deliberately placed and waiting. My unease crystallized into genuine fear. Something was profoundly wrong with this place. Whatever its purpose, it wasn't simply a home. The decision to leave came with absolute clarity. I turned and walked briskly toward my truck, no longer concerned about the noise of my footsteps. My mind raced through possibilities, each more disturbing than the last. Was this a hunting cabin, rarely used? A meeting place for illicit activities? Or something darker, a location deliberately isolated for purposes I didn't want to contemplate? As I walked, I removed my company cap and hood, improving my peripheral vision. The forest surrounding the clearing now seemed less like wilderness and more like a wall, a deliberate barrier keeping this place hidden from the outside world. I scanned the tree line, suddenly certain I was being observed. About 30 yards from my truck, the weight of unseen scrutiny became overwhelming. The sensation of being watched intensified until it felt like physical pressure against my back, increasing with each step I took away from the cabin. I resisted the urge to run, maintaining a measured pace while fighting against mounting panic. I reached my truck, fumbled briefly with the door handle, then climbed inside and immediately locked all doors. The simple click of the locks engaging provided only minimal comfort. I started the engine, its rumble unnaturally loud in the silent clearing. Before pulling away, I performed a thorough check of the truck's interior, peering into the back storage area to ensure I was truly alone. The irrational fear that someone might have slipped into my vehicle while I was at the cabin briefly overwhelmed logical thought. Finding nothing, I shifted into reverse and began the careful process of turning around in the limited space. My eyes constantly darted between my path and the cabin's front door, half expecting to see it open, revealing whoever or whatever belonged in those two chairs. The door remained closed. The cabin remained still. Nothing visibly changed as I completed my turn and pointed the truck back toward the narrow road that had brought me here. As I accelerated toward the forest's edge, a new fear emerged. What if the road was now blocked? The thought seized me with such certainty that I nearly braked to a stop. It would be simple enough to fell a tree across the narrow path, trapping my vehicle in the clearing. I shook off the thought and pressed forward, relief washing over me as the truck entered the tunnel-like path without obstruction. Navigating back proved even more challenging than the approach. Branches seemed to reach lower, ruts appeared deeper, and the gathering dusk transformed the forest into a maze of shadows. I drove with intense concentration, determined to put as much distance as possible between myself and the cabin before full darkness descended. The truck's headlights created shifting patterns of light and dark as I wound through the trees, illuminating the road just a few yards ahead at a time. In my mirrors, darkness swallowed the path behind me almost immediately. I had traveled perhaps half a mile when something ahead caught in my headlights, a dark mass in the middle of the narrow road. I slowed, squinting to identify the obstacle. As I drew closer, the object resolved into a large black garbage bag, partially open, positioned directly in my path. The bag hadn't been there during my approach. Someone had placed it there while I was at the cabin. I brought the truck to a stop about 20 feet from the bag, headlights illuminating its glossy black surface and the contents partially visible through its opening. From my position, I could make out what appeared to be fabric, something with a pattern, possibly clothing. A woman's sweater, maybe. My hands gripped the steering wheel until my knuckles whitened. The bag's placement was deliberate, not accidental roadside trash, but an object meant to make me stop, to force me to exit my vehicle. For a moment, I considered attempting to drive around it, but the narrow road offered little room to maneuver. Driving over it seemed equally dangerous. What if it contained something that could damage my tires? A third option presented itself: reverse course, find another way out. But that would mean returning toward the cabin, potentially encountering whoever had placed the bag in my path. As I sat, frozen in indecision, a new, horrifying thought emerged. What if the bag contained not just clothing but human remains? What if I had interrupted something at the cabin, some terrible act that had already been committed, and this was evidence being disposed of? The implications cascaded through my mind. The empty cabin with chairs facing the corner, the multiple satellite dishes, the absence of personal effects. Could it be what I initially feared? A location where people were held against their will? A place of captivity and worse? My breathing grew rapid and shallow as I stared at the garbage bag. The fading daylight cast long shadows through the trees, creating a disorienting pattern across the road. I needed to act, but each option carried its own risk. I reached for my phone out of habit, only to find no service, as expected in these remote hills. I was entirely on my own, with only my judgment to rely on. After several minutes of paralyzed deliberation, I made my decision. I would drive around the bag, staying on the road as much as possible. The truck's clearance should handle the shallow ditch if I maneuvered carefully. I put the vehicle in drive and approached slowly, angling toward the right side of the narrow road. As I drew alongside the bag, I allowed myself a closer look at its contents. Through the partially open top, I could indeed see what appeared to be a woman's sweater. Pale blue with a pattern I couldn't quite discern. Something else was visible beneath it, dark and irregularly shaped. My imagination supplied horrifying possibilities. The truck's tires dipped into the shallow ditch as I navigated around the obstacle. For one terrifying moment, I felt the vehicle tilt slightly toward the right, threatening to slide further off the road. I corrected carefully, applying gentle pressure to the accelerator, and felt the wheels catch and pull me forward. Once past the bag, I straightened the truck and accelerated, pushing the vehicle faster than was safe on the rough terrain. My heart pounded against my ribs as I focused on escaping the narrow forest road. Every shadow among the trees seemed to move with purpose. Every sound from the surrounding woods registered as a potential threat. I reached the fork where I'd originally turned right and continued straight, following what I hoped was the path back to Timber Ridge Road proper. The truck bounced violently over exposed roots and rocks, my body tensing with each impact as I anticipated a tire blowout or mechanical failure that would strand me in these woods. After what seemed like hours, but was likely only minutes, the trees thinned and the road widened. I emerged onto the main gravel section of Timber Ridge, the relative openness feeling like salvation. I didn't slow down until I reached the paved county road, where I finally pulled onto the shoulder and cut the engine. The sudden silence was broken only by my ragged breathing and the ticking of the cooling engine. I sat motionless, trying to process what I'd just experienced. The rational part of my mind suggested innocent explanations. An eccentric hermit with unusual living arrangements, perhaps. A hunting cabin rarely used except during specific seasons. Abandoned property with strange decorative choices. But those chairs, the multiple satellite dishes, the garbage bag appearing in my path. I glanced at my watch. 4:32 p.m. Less than an hour had passed since I'd first arrived at the cabin, though it felt like days. I still had 3 deliveries remaining on my route, but completing them was unthinkable now. I needed to report what I'd seen. But what exactly had I seen? Nothing definitively criminal, just deeply unsettling. Would anyone take me seriously? Would my concerns be dismissed as overactive imagination or end-of-day fatigue? I started the truck again and pulled back onto the road, heading toward the nearest town where I knew I could get cell service. As I drove, a new thought occurred to me. I should document what I'd found. If something truly sinister was happening at that cabin, evidence would be crucial. The thought of returning to that isolated clearing made my stomach clench. But the alternative, saying nothing, doing nothing, seemed equally unbearable. What if someone was being held there against their will? What if the clothing in that bag belonged to a victim? I reached the small town of Millerton 15 minutes later and pulled into a gas station parking lot. My phone immediately registered service, multiple missed notifications appearing on the screen. I ignored them and called my friend who worked as a security consultant, someone who would understand the gravity of my suspicions without dismissing them outright. He listened without interruption as I described the cabin, the chairs, the satellite dishes, and the garbage bag. When I finished, his response was immediate and unequivocal. "Take photos, as many as you can, but don't approach the cabin again. Stay in your vehicle. Document the location, the bag, anything unusual. Then, call the sheriff directly." I knew he was right. Without evidence, my account would sound like paranoid fantasy. I needed proof. The decision to return went against every instinct for self-preservation, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something terrible was happening at that cabin, something that would continue if no one intervened. I checked my fuel gauge, 3/4 full, ensured my phone was fully charged, and texted my location and intentions to my friend as a precaution. The drive back to Timber Ridge Road felt surreal, as if I were deliberately returning to a nightmare I'd just escaped. The late afternoon had given way to early evening, the overcast sky darkening rapidly. I switched on my headlights as I turned onto the gravel road, the beams catching dust particles that swirled in the air before my truck. I drove more slowly this time, alert for any sign of other vehicles or movement along the roadside. The forest seemed different somehow, more watchful, more alive with hidden purpose. I repeatedly checked my mirrors, half expecting to see headlights following behind me. At the entrance to the narrow path leading to the cabin, I paused. The rational part of my mind argued forcefully against proceeding. I had no weapon, no backup, no real plan beyond taking photographs. If someone was monitoring the road, and the strategically placed garbage bag suggested someone was, they would know I had returned. But the thought of potential victims, perhaps at this very moment imprisoned in some hidden part of the property, overcame my hesitation. I turned onto the path, proceeding with even greater caution than before. The forest closed around me once again, branches scraping against the truck's sides. I drove at walking pace, eyes constantly scanning for obstacles or figures among the trees. The silence outside was absolute. No birds, no insects, as if all wildlife had abandoned this place. I approached the location where I'd encountered the garbage bag, slowing even further. My headlights illuminated the narrow road ahead, revealing nothing. The bag was gone. I stopped the truck, staring in disbelief at the empty road. There was no trace of the black plastic, no indication it had ever been there. I checked and double-checked my location, certain I hadn't confused the spot. This was definitely where I'd seen the bag, where I'd been forced to navigate around it less than 30 minutes earlier. Its absence confirmed my worst fears. Someone was actively monitoring this road, someone who had returned to remove evidence after I'd passed. The realization sent adrenaline coursing through my system, sharpening every sense to painful clarity. I considered turning back immediately, but forced myself to continue. If someone had removed the bag, they might have returned to the cabin as well. This might be my only chance to document whatever was happening there. I proceeded to the clearing, approaching with headlights off to minimize my visibility. The cabin appeared exactly as I'd left it, dark, still, seemingly abandoned. I parked at the forest's edge, positioning the truck for a quick exit, and took out my phone. Using the camera's zoom function, I captured images of the cabin from a distance, the external satellite dishes, the weathered structure, the clean front door with its glass pane. I photographed the surrounding clearing, the overgrown pickup truck, and what appeared to be a small shed, partially hidden behind the main structure that I hadn't noticed during my first visit. I switched to video mode and recorded a brief narration describing the location, the date and time, and what I'd observed earlier. My voice sounded strained even to my own ears, but I forced myself to provide clear, detailed information. As I finished recording, movement caught my eye, a brief flicker of light from one of the cabin's side windows. So brief I might have imagined it, except that I was staring directly at the building through my phone's screen. Someone was inside. I froze, phone still raised, barely breathing. Had they seen me? Were they watching even now as I sat exposed in my vehicle? I started the engine with shaking hands, no longer concerned about stealth. As the headlights came on automatically, They illuminated something I hadn't noticed during my approach. A thin trail leading from the cabin into the forest on the clearing's far side. Not a formal path, but a line of disturbed vegetation, as if something heavy had been dragged repeatedly along the same route. I wanted desperately to investigate, to follow that trail and discover what lay at its end, but self-preservation finally overrode curiosity. I put the truck in reverse, executed a rapid three-point turn, and accelerated back toward the forest road. As I drove, I checked my side mirrors repeatedly, watching the cabin recede into darkness. No lights appeared in its windows. No figure emerged to pursue me. The structure simply stood in silent witness to my retreat, revealing nothing of its secrets. I didn't stop until I reached the county sheriff's office in Millerton, pulling into the nearly empty parking lot just past 6 p.m. The station was a single-story brick building with fluorescent lights glowing from within, promising safety and rationality after the unsettling isolation of the forest. Inside, I approached the desk sergeant, a heavy-set man with graying hair and a skeptical expression that deepened as I explained my reason for coming in. He listened without interruption, making occasional notes, his face revealing nothing. When I finished my account and offered to show him the photos I'd taken, he nodded slowly. "So you're saying you delivered a package to an empty house, saw some chairs facing a wall, noticed some satellite dishes, and found a trash bag in the road that later disappeared." Put that way, it sounded absurdly innocuous. I tried again, emphasizing the strangeness of the scene, the deliberately positioned chairs, the trail leading into the forest, the feeling of being watched. "Mr. Baker," the sergeant said finally, using the name from my driver's license, "I understand you found this situation unusual, but we can't investigate private property based on furniture arrangements or satellite equipment. As for the trash bag, people dump garbage on those back roads all the time. Someone probably picked it up. But why would it appear exactly when I was leaving the cabin? And why would someone remove it so quickly afterward?" I pressed. He sighed, the sound of a man accustomed to dealing with overactive imaginations. "Could be coincidence. Could be the property owner saw it and cleaned it up. Without evidence of actual criminal activity, there's not much we can do." I showed him the photos on my phone, which he examined with mild interest. They looked less compelling than I'd hoped, just images of a rundown cabin in poor lighting, nothing visibly suspicious. "I'll tell you what," he said finally. "I'll make a note of your concerns. Deputy Wilson knows that area well. Next time he's patrolling out that way, he can drive by and check the property." It wasn't the immediate response I'd hoped for, but it was something. I provided detailed directions to the cabin, described the package I'd delivered, and gave my contact information. Before leaving, I asked one final question. "Has anyone ever reported problems with that address before?" The sergeant's expression changed subtly, a slight tightening around the eyes that lasted only a moment. "Not that I recall offhand," he said too casually. "But I can check the records if you'd like." "Please," I said. He typed something into his computer, studied the screen longer than seemed necessary, then looked up. "No reports associated with that specific address, but as I mentioned, Deputy Wilson knows that area. I'll have him look into it." I left the station with the distinct impression that the sergeant knew more than he was willing to share. Whether due to official procedure or personal reluctance, he had withheld something. Some piece of information that might have validated my concerns. I returned to the delivery depot to complete my paperwork and park the company truck. The familiar surroundings, the fluorescent-lit warehouse, the sound of packages being sorted, co-workers chatting about ordinary frustrations, should have been comforting. Instead, they felt surreal, as if I'd returned from another dimension where the normal rules of reality didn't apply. My supervisor questioned my incomplete route, but I offered a vague explanation about feeling ill after lunch. He seemed more concerned about rescheduling the remaining deliveries than about my obvious distress. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those chairs facing the empty corner. I imagined what might happen in that room, who might sit in those chairs, what they might be forced to watch or do or endure. I researched online, looking for any information about the address or surrounding area. County property records showed the land had changed ownership multiple times over the past decade, always through private sales with minimal documentation. The current listed owner was a limited liability company with an address in another state. I searched for missing persons reports in the surrounding counties, finding more than I'd expected. Dozens of cases spanning years, most involving young women traveling alone or individuals last seen in rural areas. How many of them might have ended up in that cabin, facing that corner? The thought kept me awake until dawn. After my unsettling experience at that isolated cabin, I resigned from the delivery company. Though I'd been considering a career change already, the encounter with those eerily positioned chairs and the mysterious disappearing garbage bag pushed me to make the decision. I couldn't bear the thought of continuing to drive those remote roads, potentially encountering similar disturbing situations. Before leaving, I spoke with my supervisor about removing the address from regular delivery routes. I provided a sanitized version of my experience, emphasizing safety concerns. He agreed that packages for such remote locations could be held for pickup instead. I also asked to be informed if police ever inquired about the Timber Ridge Road address. To my knowledge, no such inquiry ever came. In the weeks that followed, I regularly contacted the sheriff's office about Deputy Wilson's promised investigation. Their responses grew increasingly evasive, citing reassignments, schedule changes, and staffing shortages, until they stopped taking my calls altogether. I considered contacting higher authorities, but realized my evidence was too insubstantial to warrant serious investigation. 2 months later, I relocated to another county, creating physical distance between myself and Timber Ridge Road. Despite this, the memory persisted in recurring nightmares. About 6 months after the incident, I discovered a news article about hunters finding human remains in the national forest adjacent to Timber Ridge. When I contacted the reporter, he revealed that fabric fragments had been found with the remains in an area near Timber Ridge. This connection left me deeply unsettled, though I never learned whether the remains were linked to the cabin. I often wonder if I should have done more, but then I remember the oppressive sensation of being watched in that clearing and the inexplicably appearing and disappearing garbage bag. I try to reassure myself that alerting authorities fulfilled my moral obligation, yet during sleepless nights, I find myself wondering about subsequent deliveries to that cabin, and whether others noticed those chairs facing the corner, waiting for their next occupants. Somewhere in those hills, that cabin still stands, a shell potentially harboring unimaginable horrors, hidden from a world that doesn't want to see. I live near Black Ridge National Park, a vast wilderness area covering more than 200,000 acres of dense forest, rocky ravines, and mist-covered mountains. The park draws thousands of tourists annually who come to hike its trails, camp beneath its ancient trees, and photograph its spectacular vistas. But those of us who have lived in its shadow our entire lives understand there's another side to Black Ridge. For locals like myself, the park holds secrets that don't appear in glossy brochures or guided tour narratives. We've grown accustomed to reports of strange occurrences, unexplained sounds echoing through valleys at night, hikers experiencing lost time, and occasionally, people who enter the park and never return. Park rangers attribute most disappearances to exposure, accidents, or disorientation. Their explanations satisfy tourists and authorities, but longtime residents exchange knowing glances when another search party is organized. I've spent countless hours in Black Ridge throughout my life, fishing its streams, hiking its most remote trails, and occasionally camping overnight in areas few visitors ever reach. Most of my experiences have been peaceful, even transcendent. But there have been moments, fleeting and unsettling, when something felt profoundly wrong. Times when the forest fell silent too suddenly, when shadows seemed to move independently of what cast them, when I felt watched by eyes I couldn't see. The incident I'm about to relate occurred in June 2019, when I was 10 years old. It remains the most terrifying experience of my life, one that fundamentally changed my relationship with the wilderness I once considered a second home. My grandmother Eleanor owned a century-old farmhouse situated on 40 acres of land that bordered the eastern edge of Blackridge. The property had been in our family for generations, originally a working farm that had gradually returned to wilderness as farming became less viable in the region. Only about 5 acres around the house remained cleared. The rest had surrendered to forest, indistinguishable from the national park, except for property markers few people could locate. Reaching grandmother Eleanor's house required navigating a winding, poorly maintained gravel road that ascended nearly 800 feet from the main highway. The road frequently washed out during heavy rains, making the property effectively unreachable without a vehicle equipped with four-wheel drive. This isolation was precisely why my grandmother refused to leave, despite her advancing age and increasingly fragile health. At the base of the hill, about a quarter-mile from the main road, sat a double-wide trailer where my Aunt Vivian lived with my 3 cousins, Ben, 14, Jeremy, 12, and Kayla, 11. I was the youngest at 10, which made me the default target whenever we played chase games. My cousins and I were close despite seeing each other only during summer breaks and occasional holidays. We shared the special bond of children who understood what it meant to grow up in the shadow of Blackridge. We had all heard the stories, witnessed the strange atmospheric changes that sometimes swept through the forest, and learned which areas of the property to avoid after sunset. The summer of 2019 was unusual because grandmother Eleanor had been hospitalized with pneumonia. Aunt Vivian stayed with her at the regional hospital about 40 miles away, leaving us under the supervision of our older cousin Marcus, who was 22 and home from college for the summer. Marcus was the only older cousin we genuinely respected and trusted. He teased us mercilessly, but always made sure we were safe and cared for. I arrived at the property on a Thursday afternoon, my mother dropping me off for what was supposed to be a 3-day visit. The weather forecast predicted clear skies, and I looked forward to spending time exploring with my cousins, after being cooped up for most of the spring with a broken ankle. The first day passed uneventfully. We helped Marcus with chores around the property, clearing branches that had fallen during a recent storm, weeding grandmother Eleanor's vegetable garden, and repairing a section of fence that kept deer from devouring her prized raspberry bushes. By late afternoon, our obligations fulfilled, we were free to play. We hiked down to the creek that ran through the property, spent hours catching crawfish and building small dams, then returned to the house sunburned and hungry. Marcus prepared a simple dinner of spaghetti and garlic bread, and we ate on the wide front porch, watching fireflies emerge as darkness slowly enveloped the forest. That night, Ben suggested we sleep in the old barn, a proposition that thrilled Kayla and Jeremy, but made my stomach tighten with inexplicable dread. I reluctantly agreed, not wanting to appear cowardly in front of my older cousins. Marcus vetoed the plan, however, insisting we all sleep in the house where he could keep an eye on us. I felt an overwhelming sense of relief that I carefully concealed from the others. Looking back, I wonder if some part of me sensed what was coming, if the forest itself tried to warn me through the instinctive fear I felt at the prospect of sleeping outside that night. Friday began warm and clear. After breakfast, Marcus informed us he needed to drive into town for supplies. He gave strict instructions not to wander beyond the cleared portion of the property while he was gone, and especially not to venture toward the boundary with the national park. We obeyed, at least initially. We spent the morning playing board games on the porch and taking turns on the tire swing that hung from a massive oak tree in the front yard. But by early afternoon, restlessness set in. Ben suggested exploring the old root cellar beneath the barn, a forbidden zone due to its deteriorating stairs and low ceiling beams. The hours passed quickly as we excavated dusty jars of decades-old preserves and discovered a cache of antique farm tools. By the time we emerged, squinting in the sudden brightness, the sun had begun its descent toward the western ridge. Marcus had returned and called us in for an early dinner. As we ate, the easy conversation gradually shifted to the topic of night games. Ben proposed an elaborate version of hide-and-seek called Wilderness Survival, where one person would be designated the ranger, while everyone else pretended to be lost hikers trying to reach home base without being caught. The boundaries would extend to the property line, including the wooded areas we usually avoided after dark. Marcus hesitated, but ultimately agreed on the condition that we all carry flashlights and stay within shouting distance of the house. "No one goes near the park boundary," he insisted, his voice uncharacteristically serious. "And everyone needs to be back at the house by 9:30, no exceptions." As dusk descended, we prepared for the game, gathering flashlights and establishing rules. We decided the first round would begin with Marcus as the ranger, giving us 5 minutes to hide before he started hunting. The home base would be the front porch, which we'd need to reach without being tagged. The game began, and we scattered into the deepening shadows. I remember the excitement mingling with fear as I darted between trees, my flashlight beam bouncing wildly ahead of me. I found a hiding spot behind a rotting log about 200 yards from the house and switched off my light, waiting in the gathering darkness, heart pounding with exhilaration. Minutes passed. I heard distant calls as Marcus captured Jeremy, then Kayla's shriek of surprise as she too was found. I remained motionless, determined to win this round. Then came the sound of footsteps approaching my position, not the deliberate pace of someone searching, but the quick, confident stride of someone who knew exactly where I was hiding. I risked a glance over the log and saw a figure approximately where Marcus should have been, but something seemed off about the silhouette. The proportions weren't quite right. The shoulders appeared too broad, the stance too rigid. Still, in the dim light, I assumed it was him, especially when the figure made a growling sound, a tactic Marcus often used to frighten us during games. Abandoning my hiding place, I ran deeper into the woods, laughing at first, believing this was just part of the game. I heard Ben crashing through the underbrush nearby, apparently also fleeing. We converged at the back edge of the property, nearly a mile from the house, where we encountered what we thought was Marcus emerging from between two large pine trees. The figure moved strangely, with a kind of stilted yet fluid motion that didn't match my cousin's usual gait. When it stepped into a patch of moonlight, I noticed something that sent ice through my veins. Though the silhouette resembled Marcus in general shape, the proportions were wrong, as if someone had stretched his image slightly in all directions. The figure made that growling sound again and moved toward us with an odd, gliding step. Ben grabbed my arm, and we ran toward the gravel road, certain Marcus was playing an elaborate prank to scare us. When we reached the road, we looked back to see the figure emerge from the tree line, moving in a strangely triumphant manner, almost strutting, but with jerky, uncoordinated movements. We sprinted the rest of the way to the house, where we decided to barricade the door as payback for the fright. Laughing nervously, we pushed a small bookcase against the entrance, then decided to add the heavy coffee table as well. As we loudly dragged the table across the hardwood floor, a door opened behind us. Marcus appeared in the hallway, rubbing his eyes, clearly just awakened from sleep. "What the hell are you guys doing?" he asked, his voice thick with drowsiness. The realization hit us simultaneously. If Marcus was inside the house, who or what had we seen in the woods? We tried explaining what we'd seen, our words tumbling over each other in panicked confusion. Marcus listened, his expression transitioning from irritation to concern to tightly controlled fear. He ordered us to our bedroom, telling us to lock the door and not come out until he called for us. Through the bedroom window, I watched him check the exterior doors and windows, then take a rifle from the gun cabinet, a .30. 06 our grandfather had used for deer hunting. He loaded it methodically before stepping onto the front porch. He stood there for several minutes, scanning the darkness, before walking the perimeter of the cleared area, the rifle held ready. We huddled together in silence, straining to hear any sound that might indicate trouble. After what seemed like hours, but was probably 20 minutes, Marcus returned to the house. When he came to our room, his face was composed, but I noticed his hands trembling slightly as he returned the key to his pocket. "Nothing to worry about," he said with forced cheerfulness. "Just me playing a joke on you earlier. You kids have overactive imaginations." But his eyes told a different story, and I noticed he checked the locks twice before going to bed. He also moved his sleeping bag into the hallway outside our room, claiming he was too tall for the couch, but obviously positioning himself between us and the front door. None of us slept well that night. Every creak of the old house settling, every whisper of wind through the trees outside jolted me awake. Sometime around dawn, I heard Marcus moving around the kitchen, making coffee. When we finally emerged for breakfast, he looked exhausted, with dark circles under his eyes, suggesting he'd barely slept. The rest of the weekend passed without incident, but an unspoken tension hung over us. We stayed close to the house, playing board games and watching movies, instead of venturing into the woods. When my mother arrived on Sunday to take me home, I felt an overwhelming sense of relief that I couldn't explain to her. For several years after the incident, I avoided visiting grandmother Eleanor's property alone. When family gatherings required my presence, I made excuses to stay indoors after sunset and refused to participate in any games that involved the wooded areas of the property. My direct experiences with Black Ridge National Park continued, however. My father, an avid fisherman, frequently took me to the park's numerous streams and lakes. During these trips, I began noticing details I had previously overlooked, or perhaps subconsciously avoided. On one fishing expedition when I was 12, we ventured to a remote lake accessible only by a 3-mile hiking trail. We arrived late in the afternoon and decided to stay until dusk to catch the evening insect hatch that would bring trout to the surface. As the sun dipped below the ridgeline and shadows lengthened across the water, I noticed an unusual stillness descend over the lake. The constant background chorus of birdsong and insect noise abruptly ceased, creating a vacuum of silence that felt almost physical in its intensity. My father, focused on landing a particularly large trout, didn't seem to notice. Scanning the shoreline, I spotted what appeared to be a figure standing perfectly still among a cluster of birch trees on the opposite bank. The distance was too great to discern details, but something about its posture, unnaturally erect and motionless, raised the hairs on my arms. When I pointed it out to my father, he squinted across the water before shrugging. "Probably just a dead tree," he said. "Your eyes play tricks in this light." But when I looked again, the figure had moved several yards to the right, still maintaining that perfect stillness that no human could achieve. I insisted we leave immediately, inventing a story about homework I'd forgotten was due the next day. My father, noting my obvious distress, agreed without much argument. As we hiked back to the car in the rapidly fading light, I repeatedly glanced over my shoulder, unable to shake the sensation of being followed. Twice, I thought I glimpsed movement on the trail behind us. Not the natural motion of wildlife, but something deliberate and calculating. That night, I experienced the first of what would become recurring nightmares. In my dream, I stood alone in a clearing within Black Ridge, surrounded by towering pines that blocked most of the moonlight. From the darkness between the trees, multiple sets of eyes watched me. Not animal eyes reflecting light, but something more aware, more intelligent. When I tried to run, my legs moved with agonizing slowness, as if wading through deep water. I woke, gasping for breath, sheets soaked with sweat, convinced for several terrifying seconds that I was still in that clearing, still being watched by whatever lurked in Black Ridge's deepest recesses. 3 years passed. I was 13, navigating the complexities of middle school and beginning to question many of the beliefs and fears of my childhood. During summer break, I attended a family reunion at a state park facility far from Black Ridge. Marcus, now graduated from college and working as an environmental engineer, attended with his fiancée. Late in the evening, after most of the family had retired to their cabins, Marcus and I found ourselves alone by the dying embers of the communal fire pit. We talked about his job, my interest in photography, and eventually, inevitably, about Black Ridge. "Do you remember that night at Grandma's house?" I asked, trying to sound casual. The night we thought we saw you in the woods." Marcus stared into the glowing coals for a long moment before answering. "I've been waiting for you to bring that up," he said quietly. "I figured one of you would eventually." He took a deep breath. "I lied to you kids that night. What you saw wasn't me playing a joke, and it wasn't your imagination." The truth, as Marcus explained it, was both more mundane and more terrifying than the supernatural explanations I had contemplated over the years. The figure we encountered likely wasn't a forest spirit or mythological entity, but a human, albeit one with disturbing intentions. "The Park Service doesn't publicize it much," Marcus said, "but there have been reports for decades about someone, or possibly several individuals, living deep in Black Ridge's most remote areas. People who've gone feral, for lack of a better term." He explained that according to his research, which included reviewing incident reports from park rangers and interviewing longtime residents, at least 3 people had gone missing in Black Ridge in the 1970s, whose bodies were never recovered. One theory held that these individuals hadn't perished, but had chosen to remain in the wilderness, gradually losing connection with civilization and adapting to a primitive existence. "The human mind can deteriorate in isolation," Marcus explained. "Combined with the challenges of wilderness survival and possible pre-existing mental health issues, it's not inconceivable that someone could regress to an almost animal-like state." What we had encountered, Marcus believed, was one such individual. Someone who had observed our family from a distance and perhaps developed a fixation on the property or on us. The strange movement and posture could be explained by years of moving through dense forest, muscles developed for different purposes than typical human locomotion. "I've seen it more than once," he admitted. "The first time was when I was about your age. I was hiking alone near the property line and spotted someone watching me from the underbrush. When they realized I'd seen them, they moved in this bizarre, quadrupedal way, like a human trying to move like an animal. It was deeply unsettling." Marcus had reported his encounters to park rangers over the years, but with limited evidence and no direct threat established, little action had been taken beyond increasing patrols in the area. The vast territory and limited resources made comprehensive searches impossible. "I didn't tell you kids the truth back then because I didn't want to terrify you," he said. "But you're old enough now to understand the real dangers in the park aren't supernatural. They're human, and in some ways, that's more frightening." The revelation should have been reassuring, a rational explanation replacing childhood fears of the unknown. Instead, it intensified my unease about Black Ridge. Somehow, the idea of individuals choosing to abandon humanity, to exist in some halfway state between person and predator, disturbed me on a profound level. I'm 18 now, about to leave for college in another state. My relationship with Black Ridge has evolved into a cautious respect. I still hike its trails and occasionally fish its streams, but always with companions, always departing well before dusk, and never venturing into its more remote regions. Grandmother Eleanor passed away last winter. The old property has been sold, the house renovated by new owners unaware of its history. I wonder sometimes if they've experienced anything unusual, if they've glimpsed movement at the forest's edge, or felt the weight of unseen eyes watching from the darkness. The national park continues to report occasional disappearances, usually attributed to hikers underestimating the wilderness or failing to prepare adequately. The official statistics show Black Ridge's incident rate as comparable to other parks of similar size and terrain, but locals know better than to take those figures at face value. What troubles me most isn't the possibility that feral humans might inhabit Black Ridge's deepest recesses. It's the recognition that the boundary between civilization and wilderness, between human and animal, may be more permeable than we care to admit. Something in that vast, ancient forest calls to the primitive parts of our psyche, parts we've suppressed but never fully eliminated. 2 months ago, I hiked to Ravenwood Overlook, a popular viewpoint about 2 miles into the park. As I rested on a boulder, enjoying the panoramic vista, I spotted a hiker on an adjacent ridge. Something about their movement caught my attention, a subtle but distinctive irregularity in their gait. For a moment, our gazes seemed to meet across the distance. The figure raised a hand in what might have been a greeting, but felt more like a claim staked, a boundary established. I left immediately, maintaining a brisk pace all the way back to the parking area. As I drove away, I checked my rearview mirror repeatedly, unable to shake the sensation of being followed. This is my warning to those who visit national parks, particularly Black Ridge. Respect the wilderness not just for the natural dangers it presents, the weather, the terrain, the wildlife, but for the more insidious threat it poses to human identity itself. There's something in these ancient forests that can unmake a person, can erase the thin veneer of civilization, and expose the creature beneath. The parks are carefully managed, patrolled, and mapped, creating an illusion of control and safety. But these are just human constructs laid over something far older and more powerful. The wilderness watches, waits, and occasionally reaches out to claim one of us. Be vigilant when you venture beyond the trail markers and campgrounds. And if you ever sense you're being watched, if the forest falls suddenly silent around you, if motion at the corner of your vision disappears when you turn to look, don't dismiss it as imagination. Trust your instincts and leave before darkness falls. Some parts of the wild were never meant for us, and some who enter never truly return, even if they walk out on their own 2 feet. The mountains have secrets. They hold them in the shadows of ancient pines, bury them beneath layers of forest loam, and guard them behind walls of granite. I spent most of my life believing these secrets were benign. Geological wonders, hidden waterfalls, patches of rare wildflowers. I was wrong. Some secrets should remain undisturbed, locked away in darkness where they belong. In 1999, I was 32 years old and living in Pine Valley, Colorado. It's a postcard-perfect mountain town with a main street lined with false-fronted buildings, their weathered wood facades reminiscent of the area's mining heyday. Pine Valley is the kind of place where coffee shops know your order before you speak, where the pharmacy doubles as the town's gossip hub, and where new faces are noticed and discussed within hours of arrival. I'd moved there 3 years prior, leaving behind a marketing career in Denver that had devoured my 20s in a blur of deadlines and fluorescent lighting. The hardware store job I took paid less than half my corporate salary, but the mental peace was worth every penny sacrificed. I rented a small cabin on the eastern edge of town. Nothing fancy, just a bedroom, living room, kitchen, and a porch that offered sunset views worth $1 million. My passion was the wilderness. Every chance I got, I would vanish into the mountains, following trails both marked and forgotten. The locals considered me something of an oddity. Most Pine Valley residents appreciated the mountains from a distance rather than seeking their depths. But the forest spoke to me in a language of rustling leaves and creaking branches that soothed something restless in my soul. "You heading out again this weekend, Clark?" Sheriff Robert Dalton asked, leaning against the counter at Maggie's Diner, where I was finishing my Friday breakfast ritual of eggs and hash browns. Dalton was in his 50s, with the weathered face of someone who'd spent decades under mountain sun and snow. His salt and pepper hair was always neatly trimmed, his uniform pressed, despite the casual nature of Pine Valley. We'd developed an unlikely friendship shortly after my arrival, bonding over fishing spots and a shared love of history. "Thinking about it," I replied, sipping my coffee. "Heard about an old mining settlement up near Blackwood Ridge. Might check it out." Dalton's expression shifted subtly. "Whisper Creek? Nobody goes there anymore." "That's the place. Any particular reason it's off the beaten path?" He shrugged, but there was something in his eyes, hesitation, perhaps. "Just tough terrain. Trail's probably overgrown by now. Hasn't been maintained in decades." "Sounds perfect," I grinned. "The less traveled, the better." Dalton nodded, though his enthusiasm seemed forced. "Just make sure someone knows where you're headed. Cell reception's non-existent up there." "I'll stop by Marge's place on my way out," I promised, referring to my elderly neighbor, who kept tabs on my wilderness excursions. "Should be back before sundown Sunday." Later that day, I closed up the hardware store early. one of the perks of being the assistant manager in a town where Friday afternoons moved at a glacial pace. I went home, packed my hiking gear, and prepared for what I thought would be another peaceful weekend in the mountains. My backpack contained the usual essentials: first aid kit, extra clothing, headlamp, map, compass, fire starter, water filter, and enough food for 2 days, though I only planned to be gone for one. Experience had taught me the mountain weather could change without warning, stranding the unprepared. That night I sat on my porch drinking a beer, studying a topographical map of the area. Whisper Creek had been a silver mining operation, abandoned sometime in the 1920s when the vein ran dry. The trail leading to it was marked as a dotted line, existing but unofficial. I traced the route with my finger, calculating distances and elevation changes, planning my approach with the methodical precision that had once made me a successful marketing strategist. As darkness fell, the forest behind my cabin began its nightly symphony. Owls called to each other across the canopy. Wind whispered through pine needles. Somewhere in the distance, a coyote yipped, the sound echoing off the mountainside. These were the familiar sounds that had replaced city noise in my life, the natural rhythms I'd come to love. Yet that night, there seemed to be something different in the forest's voice, a dissonance I couldn't quite place. Perhaps it was simply anticipation for the next day's exploration, or maybe it was some primal warning I was too civilized to properly interpret. Either way, I slept fitfully, dreaming of dark tunnels and echoing footsteps. Morning arrived wrapped in mist, the sun struggling to pierce the cloud cover that hung between the mountain peaks. I checked the weather report on my radio. Cloudy but stable, no storms predicted. Perfect hiking conditions. Cool enough to prevent overheating on the ascent. I locked my cabin, dropped my spare key with Marge, and drove my weathered Jeep Cherokee to the trailhead. The parking area was empty, as expected. Few hikers ventured this far from the maintained trails, especially this early in the day. The first 2 miles followed a creek, the path relatively obvious despite years of disuse. Occasionally, I'd spot remnants of its former status as a supply route, a crumbling stone bridge, rotted support beams from an old footpath. Nature was reclaiming these human intrusions with quiet persistence. By noon, the trail had become considerably more challenging. Fallen trees blocked the way, requiring detours. In some places, erosion had washed away the path entirely, forcing me to navigate by instinct and map. The forest grew denser, older, the trees towering overhead in cathedral-like formations that blocked most of the meager sunlight. It was in one of these twilight groves that I first felt it, the sensation of being watched. I stopped, listening intently over my own breathing. Nothing but the natural sounds of the forest returned to me, yet the feeling persisted, raising the hairs on the back of my neck. "Hello?" I called out, immediately feeling foolish. The word seemed swallowed by the trees, the echo dying unnaturally quickly. I continued walking, but more cautiously now, pausing often to scan my surroundings. The rational part of my brain attributed the unease to isolation, to being farther from civilization than I'd ventured in months. The less rational part whispered that something was wrong, fundamentally, dangerously wrong. 4 hours into the hike, the forest began to thin. The trail emerged onto a ridge, and suddenly, spread below me in a narrow valley, lay the remains of Whisper Creek. Even from a distance, it was a haunting sight. A dozen or so structures in various states of collapse clustered around what must have been the mine entrance, a dark maw in the mountainside, partially concealed by rockfall. Rusted machinery dotted the landscape like the skeletons of strange beasts. A water tower listed dangerously to one side, its wooden supports rotted through but somehow still standing. I should have felt excitement at finding my destination. Instead, a heaviness settled in my chest as I descended into the valley, each step carrying me closer to something I now wished to avoid. But curiosity has always been my weakness. When I reached the outskirts of Whisper Creek, the silence was absolute. No bird song, no insect buzz, not even the sound of wind through the trees surrounding the valley. It was as if nature itself avoided this place. creating a bubble of dead air that pressed against my eardrums with almost physical force. The main street, if it could be called that, consisted of a dirt path flanked by the hollow shells of buildings. I walked slowly, taking photographs with my disposable camera, documenting the decay. A general store with shelves still intact but stripped bare. A saloon with a bar counter warped by decades of moisture and neglect. What appeared to be an assayer's office, with a heavy safe listing in one corner, its door hanging open to reveal empty darkness. I checked my watch. 3:17 p.m. Several hours of daylight remained, but suddenly I was calculating how long it would take to return to civilization, to leave this place behind. The rational explanation for my unease was obvious. Abandoned towns are naturally eerie, their emptiness a reminder of human impermanence, of how quickly our mark on the world can be erased. But the feeling went deeper than that. It was visceral, primal. I pushed forward toward the mine entrance, stepping carefully around debris. Old mining equipment lay scattered, pickaxes with rotted handles, shovels reduced to rust, lengths of chain attached to nothing. The mine itself was partially collapsed, but a gap remained, just large enough for a person to squeeze through if they were determined. I wasn't that determined. Something about the blackness beyond that gap seemed deeper than mere absence of light. I turned away, deciding to explore the rest of the settlement before heading back. That's when I noticed it, the incongruity that would change everything. Among the weathered gray buildings stood a structure that didn't belong. Hidden behind a stand of young pines, its wood still bearing traces of paint, was a cabin in significantly better condition than anything else in Whisper Creek. The logical explanation was simple. Someone had built it more recently, perhaps a squatter or hunter using the abandoned town as a base. Yet logic did little to quiet the alarm bells ringing in my mind. I approached cautiously, noting details that confirmed my suspicion of recent habitation. A woodpile stacked neatly against one wall, glass still intact in the windows, a crude antenna of some sort affixed to the roof. I stood before the door, listening. Silence. Whoever had built this place wasn't home. Curiosity wrestled with caution as I debated my next move. Eventually, I rationalized that a quick peek inside wouldn't hurt. This was public land, after all. And if someone was living here illegally, perhaps Sheriff Dalton would want to know. The door's hinges protested softly as I pushed it open, revealing a spare but functional living space. A metal-framed bed occupied one corner, neatly made with military precision. A wood stove dominated the center of the room, cold now, but with ashes suggesting recent use. A desk against the far wall held stacks of papers and books, organized into careful piles. I took a step inside, then another, compelled by the mystery of this place. The cabin smelled of wood smoke and something else, a chemical odor I couldn't identify. On closer inspection, I realized the papers on the desk weren't just any documents. They were maps, newspaper clippings, and what appeared to be pages torn from historical texts. I picked up one of the maps. It showed Whisper Creek, but with markings and notations I didn't understand. Circles around certain buildings, arrows pointing to locations in the surrounding wilderness, and a complex system of symbols that meant nothing to me. The newspaper clippings proved even more disturbing. They were articles about missing persons, hikers, campers, and tourists who had disappeared in various national parks and wilderness areas across Colorado and neighboring states. Dozens of them, spanning years, each meticulously dated and annotated in cramped handwriting. My throat went dry as the implications began to sink in. This wasn't a hunter's cabin or a harmless squatter. Something far more sinister was happening here. A sound from outside froze me in place, voices approaching, at least two people engaged in heated discussion. I looked frantically for somewhere to hide, but the cabin's simple layout offered few options. The voices grew louder as I ducked behind the door, pressing myself against the wall, hoping whoever was coming wouldn't look too carefully. "Can't keep doing this," a man's voice was saying, tension evident in every syllable. "They're going to notice eventually." "They haven't for 20 years, another voice replied, deeper and more controlled. "And we're close. The alignment is perfect this time." The door swung open, pushing me further into the corner as two men entered. From my hiding place, I could see them clearly through the gap between door and frame. The taller one had a wild beard that reached mid-chest, his hair equally untamed, both streaked with premature gray, despite a face that suggested he was only in his 30s. His eyes were what struck me most, pale blue and unnaturally bright, moving constantly as if following invisible movements in the air. His companion was shorter but more solidly built, with the muscular frame of someone accustomed to physical labor. A livid scar ran from his left temple to the corner of his mouth, puckering the skin into a permanent sneer. He carried a backpack, which he dropped heavily onto the table, disturbing the careful arrangement of papers. "Careful with that," the tall man snapped. "Those calculations took weeks." "What does it matter?" Scarface replied. "Either it works this time, or we find somewhere else. The council is losing patience." "The council doesn't understand the significance of this place," Beard said, running his fingers lovingly across the maps. "The mine goes deeper than any record shows. The original surveyors found something they tried to hide by abandoning operations at the height of productivity." "So you've said. Many times." Scarface sounded tired of the conversation. He unzipped the backpack and began removing items. Packages wrapped in brown paper, glass jars containing dark liquids, and a leather-bound book that he handled with reverence. I remained frozen, barely breathing, as they continued their preparations. Their conversation drifted between mundane logistics and fragments of something that sounded like religious doctrine, references to the descent, the worthy, and the final offering. None of it made sense, yet all of it suggested danger. "Someone's been here," Scarface said suddenly, causing my heart to nearly stop. He was looking at the floor where my muddy boot prints were clearly visible on the wooden planks. Beard followed his gaze, then scanned the room slowly. Recently, too. The mud's still wet. They began moving methodically through the small space, checking corners and the small attached bathroom. I pressed myself harder against the wall, knowing discovery was inevitable. When Beard approached the door, I made my decision. I shoved the door hard, catching him by surprise and knocking him backward. In the confusion, I bolted for the exit, nearly colliding with Scarface, who lunged for me, but caught only the strap of my backpack. I slipped out of it, sacrificing my supplies for speed, and burst outside. "Stop him!" Beard shouted from behind me. "He's seen the plans!" I ran without direction at first, pure adrenaline carrying me between buildings and over debris. Only when I reached the edge of the settlement did I orient myself, veering toward the trail that would lead back to civilization. Footsteps pounded behind me, accompanied by curses and threats that urged me to greater speed. The forest swallowed me, branches whipping at my face as I abandoned the trail for a more direct route downhill. I could hear my pursuers crashing through the underbrush, but the sounds grew more distant as I put distance between us. Still, I didn't slow, driven by a terror that went beyond fear of physical harm. What I had seen in that cabin, what I had overheard, it wasn't just criminal. It was something darker, something that reeked of fanaticism and madness. The missing persons reports, the strange symbols, the talk of offerings. My mind connected these fragments into a picture too terrible to fully contemplate. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs threatened to buckle, until I was certain I had lost them. Only then did I pause, collapsing against a tree trunk, gasping for breath as the full weight of what I had discovered settled over me. I needed to reach Sheriff Dalton. Whatever was happening in Whisper Creek went beyond trespassing or squatting. People had disappeared, possibly died, and these men were planning something worse. As twilight deepened into darkness, I navigated by moonlight and memory, following the creek downstream toward civilization. Without my pack, I had no flashlight, no water, and no food. But fear proved a powerful motivator. By midnight, exhausted and scraped raw by brush and falls, I staggered onto the main trail. 2 hours later, I reached my Jeep. The drive back to Pine Valley passed in a blur of adrenaline crash and mounting dread. What if they had somehow beaten me back? What if they knew where I lived? The questions multiplied as my isolated cabin came into view, dark and seemingly undisturbed in the pre-dawn light. I didn't stop there. Instead, I drove straight to the sheriff's office, prepared to wait if necessary until Dalton arrived for his morning shift. But luck was with me. Lights glowed behind the frosted glass door, indicating someone was already on duty. I burst in, startling Deputy Collins, who was in the middle of a yawn over paperwork. "I need to see Sheriff Dalton," I gasped. "It's an emergency." "You look like hell warmed over," Sheriff Dalton said, pushing a mug of coffee across his desk toward me. We were in his office, the door closed to ensure privacy. Outside, Pine Valley was just beginning to stir, the first rays of sunlight touching the tops of buildings on Main Street. I wrapped my hands around the mug, trying to stop their trembling. I feel worse than I look. After giving me a few minutes to collect myself, Dalton leaned forward. "Now tell me exactly what happened up at Whisper Creek. Every detail, no matter how small." I recounted my discovery of the cabin, the strange documents inside, and the two men who had nearly caught me. As I described their conversation, the references to offerings and missing persons, Dalton's expression grew increasingly grave. "And you're certain about the newspaper clippings?" he asked when I finished. "They were about missing hikers?" I nodded. "Dozens of them. Some looked recent, others yellowed with age. All had notes written on them in the same handwriting." Dalton sighed, running a hand through his hair, a gesture I'd never seen from him before. "We've had reports over the years. Hikers who vanish without a trace. Usually we attribute it to the terrain, to inexperience. The mountains can be unforgiving." "This isn't about people getting lost," I insisted. "These men are involved somehow. They were planning something that involves more disappearances." "I believe you, Clark," he said quietly. "I just need to proceed carefully. Two men living illegally on federal land is one thing. What you're suggesting, a connection to multiple missing persons cases, that's something much bigger. So what happens now?" "Now," Dalton said, standing up, "I contact the state police and possibly the FBI. This goes beyond our jurisdiction if it's what you think it is. In the meantime, I'll send Collins and Martinez up to Whisper Creek to verify your story and secure the site." "What about me?" I asked. "You go home and get some rest. Lock your doors. I'll station a deputy near your place tonight, just as a precaution." I wanted to argue, to insist on being part of whatever came next. But exhaustion was hitting me in waves. Dalton was right. I needed sleep before I could be useful to anyone. The drive home seemed to take forever, each familiar landmark appearing strange and threatening in my state of heightened paranoia. When I finally reached my cabin, I checked every room, closet, and potential hiding place before allowing myself to relax even slightly. I showered, the hot water revealing dozens of scratches and bruises from my headlong flight through the forest. As the adrenaline faded, pain took its place. A deep muscle ache that suggested I'd be barely able to move tomorrow. Despite my exhaustion, sleep proved elusive. Every creak of the cabin's timber frame, every rustle of wind through the surrounding pines, brought me back to full alertness. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, replaying the events at Whisper Creek, trying to make sense of what I had discovered. Eventually, I must have drifted off, because the next thing I knew, darkness had fallen and something had awakened me. I lay perfectly still, listening. There, a soft, scraping sound from the direction of my back porch. Not an animal, too deliberate. Moving silently, I slipped from bed and retrieved the baseball bat I kept in my closet. The cabin's layout meant I had to cross the main living area to reach the back door. I moved carefully, avoiding the floorboards I knew would creak. The bat held ready. Through the window beside the back door, I could make out a shadowy figure trying to force the lock. The security light I'd installed had been disabled somehow, leaving only moonlight to illuminate the intruder. I had seconds to decide, confront whoever was there or retreat and call for help. Pride and anger won out over caution. This was my home, my sanctuary. I wouldn't be driven from it by fear. In one fluid motion, I flipped on the porch light and yanked open the door, bat raised. The sudden illumination revealed Scarface from the cabin, a knife in one hand and what looked like a lockpick in the other. For a split second, we stared at each other in mutual surprise. He recovered first, lunging forward with the knife. I swung the bat defensively, connecting with his arm. The impact sent the knife clattering across the porch, but didn't stop his momentum. He crashed into me, driving me backward into the living room, his weight bearing me to the floor. We grappled in silent desperation, rolling across the hardwood. He was stronger than he looked, with the frenzied energy of someone with nothing to lose. His hands found my throat, thumbs pressing into my windpipe with shocking force. Spots appeared in my vision as I struggled to breathe. In desperation, I managed to free one hand and drove my fingers toward his eyes. He jerked back instinctively, loosening his grip just enough for me to gasp a precious breath of air. The momentary advantage was all I needed. I bucked upward, dislodging him, then scrambled for the bat that had fallen nearby. My fingers closed around the handle just as he lunged again. This time when I swung, it wasn't in defense. The bat connected with the side of his head with a sickening crack. He dropped instantly, crumpling to the floor like a marionette with cut strings. For several seconds I could only sit there, gulping air into my abused lungs, staring at the motionless form of my attacker. Blood began to pool beneath his head, spreading across the floor in a dark stain. The reality of what had just occurred hit me with physical force. I stumbled to the phone and dialed 911 with shaking fingers. "I need Sheriff Dalton," I croaked when the dispatcher answered. "Someone broke into my cabin. I think I might have killed him." The next few hours passed in a blur of flashing lights, questions, and medical examinations. Paramedics determined that Scarface, identified through his fingerprints as Michael Kerr, a man with an extensive criminal record across 3 states, was indeed dead. I had fractured his skull with the bat, killing him almost instantly. Sheriff Dalton, after taking my statement, assured me that it was clearly self-defense. The evidence supported my account. The disabled security light, the lockpicks, the knife, the bruises forming on my throat. "What about the other one?" I asked, as a deputy photographed the scene. "The tall guy with the beard?" "We're looking for him," Dalton said grimly. "Deputies Collins and Martinez found the cabin exactly where you described, but it was empty. They obviously cleared out after you escaped, but they left in a hurry. We recovered some of the documents you mentioned, including those newspaper clippings." A chill ran through me despite the blanket someone had draped over my shoulders. "He'll come for me now, especially after this." I gestured to Kerr's body, now covered and being prepared for transport. "You're not staying here tonight," Dalton said firmly. "Pack what you need. You'll be at the motel in town until we sort this out." I didn't argue. My sanctuary had been violated, its peace shattered perhaps beyond repair. As I gathered essentials under the watchful eye of a deputy, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was only the beginning, that something set in motion years ago was accelerating toward some terrible conclusion. Later that night, lying awake in the anonymous safety of a motel room, I wondered what I had stumbled into. Whatever these men were involved in went beyond ordinary crime. The methodical collection of missing persons cases, the strange symbols, the references to offerings and councils, it suggested organization, purpose, a cult, perhaps. It seemed absurd, like something from a sensationalist thriller. Yet what other explanation fit the facts? Sleep finally claimed me as dawn approached, bringing with it dreams of dark mine shafts, whispered chants, and faces that watched me from shadows, waiting for me to make a mistake. I awoke to pounding on my motel room door. Disoriented, I stumbled out of bed, checking the time. 1:47 p.m. I'd slept far longer than intended. "Clark, it's Dalton. Open up." I unlocked the door to find the sheriff looking haggard, as if he hadn't slept at all. The expression on his face sent ice through my veins before he even spoke. "We need to talk," he said, stepping inside and closing the door behind him. The state police forensics team went through the documents we recovered from the cabin. It's complicated. How complicated? Complicated enough that the FBI has been notified, he said, lowering himself into the room's single chair. Those missing persons cases you saw, they spanned 22 years in 4 states. All hikers or campers who disappeared in remote areas. All unsolved. My mouth went dry. How many? 47 that we can confirm based on the materials recovered. He hesitated. Clark, there's more. The symbols you mentioned, the references to offerings, we believe these men are part of a cult called the Descendants of the Deep. I've never heard of them. Almost no one has. They operate completely off the grid. What little we know comes from a survivor who escaped their compound in Utah in the 80s. According to her testimony, they believe in some entity that exists beneath the earth, something ancient that requires blood sacrifices to fully awaken. I sank onto the edge of the bed. That sounds insane. It is insane, Dalton agreed. But that doesn't make it any less dangerous. These people are true believers, willing to kill for their cause. The tall one? Do you know who he is? Dalton nodded. Based on the survivor's description and what little evidence we have, we believe he's Simon Blackwood, the group's current leader. He took over after the previous leader died in a standoff with federal agents in 1991. The name meant nothing to me, but the confirmation that we were dealing with the leader of a murderous cult sent a fresh wave of fear through me. What happens now? Now we find him, Dalton said firmly. The FBI is sending a team specializing in cult activity. They'll be here tomorrow. In the meantime, I've got every available deputy searching the area around Whisper Creek. He won't be there, I said with certainty. He's too smart for that. He'll have gone to ground somewhere else. Maybe, Dalton conceded. But the cabin contains supplies and equipment they won't easily replace, and according to what you overheard, they believe there's something significant about that location, something in the mine itself. I shuddered, remembering the dark entrance partially obscured by rockfall. Whatever it is, I hope they don't find it. That makes 2 of us, Dalton stood. I've arranged for Deputy Evans to stay outside your door today. Don't leave without escort, understand? Until Blackwood is in custody, you're still in danger. After Dalton left, I tried to distract myself with television, but nothing could hold my attention. My thoughts kept returning to Whisper Creek, to the strange documents I had seen, to the man I had killed in self-defense. The reality of that still hadn't fully registered. The fact that I had taken a human life, regardless of the circumstances. Evening came, bringing with it a thunderstorm that matched my dark mood. Rain lashed against the motel windows as lightning illuminated the parking lot in strobing flashes. I ordered pizza, unable to face the thought of going to the diner, even with a police escort. The storm knocked out power around 9 p.m., plunging the motel into darkness, broken only by emergency lighting in the hallways. I lay on the bed, listening to the thunder and the persistent drum of rain on the roof, wondering if Blackwood was out there somewhere, watching, waiting. Just after midnight, a particularly violent thunderclap shook the building. In its wake, I heard something else, a sharp crack, followed by a thud from the direction of the door. I froze, listening intently. The sound came again, softer this time, like someone moving with deliberate care. The phone beside the bed remained silent when I lifted it. The lines were down along with the power. My cell phone showed no signal, the storm interfering with reception. Silently, I slipped from the bed and moved to the bathroom, the only interior room without windows. I closed and locked the door, then searched frantically for anything that could serve as a weapon. The best I could find was a metal towel rod that I wrenched from the wall. Outside in the main room, I heard the unmistakable sound of the door opening. Footsteps crossed the carpet, light, measured, purposeful. "I know you're here, Mr. Jensen," a voice called softly. It was cultured, almost pleasant. Not at all what I had expected from the wild-eyed man I had seen at the cabin. "There's no need to hide. We're simply going to have a conversation." I remained silent, gripping the towel rod so tightly my knuckles ached. "Your interference has caused some inconvenience, it's true," the voice continued conversationally. "Michael was impulsive but useful. His loss complicates matters." Something scratched at the bathroom door, fingernails dragging slowly across the wood. I could break this door quite easily, Blackwood said. But that would be uncivilized, wouldn't it? I prefer that you come out willingly. We have much to discuss. Where's Deputy Evans? I demanded, trying to keep my voice steady. A soft laugh. Taking a nap, I'm afraid. He'll wake with quite the headache, but he'll live. I'm not needlessly cruel, Mr. Jensen. What do you want from me? Initially, for you to die, he said matter-of-factly. You've seen too much, learned too much, but I've reconsidered. You have qualities that might be useful. Curiosity, resilience, a willingness to venture where others won't. The implication sent revulsion through me. I'm not joining your cult. Cult is such a reductive term, Blackwood sighed. We're scholars, Mr. Jensen, seekers of ancient truths. What sleeps beneath Whisper Creek is older than humanity, older than this continent. Its awakening will transform existence as we know it. You're talking about sacrificing people, I said, killing innocent hikers for some delusion. Silence followed my words, stretching so long I wondered if he had somehow left. Then, not a delusion, Mr. Jensen. A reality you've yet to comprehend. The missing. They weren't sacrificed. They were chosen, prepared. Those deemed worthy joined our ranks. The others served a different purpose. A chill ran through me at his clinical tone. You're insane. Visionaries are often called mad, he replied calmly. Come out, Mr. Jensen, see what I offer before you refuse. The alignment approaches, the first in a century when the barriers between worlds grow thin enough for passage. You could witness something miraculous. I'm not opening this door, I said firmly. As you wish. His voice hardened slightly. But know this, what happens next is now inevitable, with or without your participation. The worthy will ascend, the unworthy will nourish what comes after, and you will live just long enough to regret your choice. Footsteps retreated across the room. The door opened and closed. Silence descended, broken only by the continuing storm outside. I remained in the bathroom for what felt like hours, ears straining for any sound that might indicate Blackwood's return. Eventually, exhaustion overcame fear, and I must have dozed off sitting on the floor, because the next thing I knew, someone was pounding on the motel room door and calling my name. Clark, it's Dalton. Are you in there? I scrambled up, muscles protesting after hours in an awkward position. Cautiously, I opened the bathroom door and peered into the main room. It was empty, showing no sign of the night's intruder except for the broken chain on the door. I let Dalton in, relief washing over me at the sight of his familiar face. Behind him stood two people in FBI windbreakers. Thank God, Dalton said when he saw me, when we found Evans unconscious. Blackwood was here, I said, the reality of what had happened hitting me anew. He broke in during the storm. We talked. The female FBI agent stepped forward. I'm Special Agent Reyes. This is Agent McCarthy. We need to know exactly what Simon Blackwood said to you, word for word if possible. I recounted the bizarre conversation as accurately as memory allowed, including Blackwood's cryptic references to the alignment and his offer for me to join them. This confirms our timeline, McCarthy said grimly. The summer solstice is in 3 days. Based on the astronomical charts recovered from the cabin, that's when they believe the alignment will occur. Which means whatever they're planning at Whisper Creek is happening soon, Reyes added. Dalton looked at me. Clark, I know you've been through hell, but we need your help. You're the only one who's been inside that cabin, who's seen these men up close. Would you be willing to guide a team back to Whisper Creek? Every instinct screamed at me to refuse, to get as far from Pine Valley and Whisper Creek as possible. But the thought of more disappearances, more victims feeding Blackwood's insanity. I'll do it, I said. When do we leave? The raid on Whisper Creek was planned for dawn the following day. The intervening hours were a flurry of preparation, tactical briefings, equipment checks, and a crash course in what the FBI knew about the descendants of the deep. The picture that emerged was disturbing. The cult had existed in various forms since the late 1800s, centered around the belief that entities from another dimension existed beneath the Earth's surface, accessible only at certain junctures where the barriers between worlds were weakest. These entities supposedly granted power and enlightenment to their followers in exchange for nourishment, human sacrifices. What had begun as an obscure offshoot of spiritualism had evolved over decades into something more dangerous and organized. Under Blackwood's leadership, the cult had become increasingly apocalyptic, believing that a major alignment would allow their masters to fully emerge and transform the world. It's a classic doomsday cult structure, Agent Reyes explained during the briefing. Blackwood maintains absolute control by convincing his followers that only he can interpret the will of these entities. We estimate he has between 15 and 20 core members, plus an unknown number of peripheral supporters. And they're all going to be at Whisper Creek? I asked. Based on the documents recovered and your account of what Blackwood said, yes, McCarthy confirmed. This alignment is central to their beliefs. They've been preparing for it for years. Our assault team consisted of 8 FBI agents, Sheriff Dalton, and 4 of his deputies. I would accompany them as a guide but remain outside the immediate danger zone once we reached the abandoned mining town. We set out before first light, traveling in unmarked vehicles to a point several miles from the normal trailhead, approaching Whisper Creek from a different direction than I had originally taken. The hope was to maintain the element of surprise, though I doubted Blackwood would be caught unaware. The hike was conducted in near silence, each of us lost in our own thoughts. The dense forest, which had once seemed welcoming to me, now felt oppressive, concealing unknown threats behind every tree and boulder. I kept expecting to glimpse movement in my peripheral vision, to hear whispered voices carried on the breeze. We reached the ridgeline overlooking Whisper Creek just as dawn broke, bathing the valley in pale golden light. From our vantage point, we could see activity below, figures moving between buildings, preparing what appeared to be an elaborate arrangement of symbols drawn on the ground in front of the mine entrance. I count 16 individuals, Agent McCarthy murmured, lowering his binoculars. Several appear armed. Blackwood? Reyes asked. McCarthy adjusted his focus. Negative on visual confirmation. The FBI's plan called for agents to descend into the valley from multiple directions, surrounding the cult members, before they realized what was happening. Dalton and his deputies would secure the perimeter to prevent escapes, while I remained on the ridge with Agent Reyes, who would coordinate communication. As the team moved into position, I watched through borrowed binoculars, trying to make sense of what the cult members were doing. The symbols they had drawn formed concentric circles around the mine entrance, with smaller patterns branching outward like the rays of a dark sun. Within these circles, objects had been placed at precise intervals: candles, small statues, and things I couldn't identify from this distance. What are they preparing for? I asked quietly. Reyes shook her head. In their minds, a dimensional breach, the arrival of their masters. In reality, most likely a mass suicide or murder-suicide once their prophecy fails to materialize. We've seen it before with apocalyptic groups when the promised event doesn't occur. The raid began with mechanical precision. Agents emerged from the tree line simultaneously, weapons drawn, shouting identifications and commands. For a moment, it seemed the operation would go smoothly. Several cult members dropped to their knees, raising their hands in surrender. Then, everything went to hell. Gunfire erupted from one of the buildings we had assumed was abandoned. An agent fell, clutching his leg. Another dove for cover behind mining equipment. The peaceful surrender transformed instantly into a chaotic firefight. Through my binoculars, I spotted Blackwood emerging from the mine entrance itself, something clutched in his hands. Even from a distance, his expression was visible, not fear or anger, but ecstatic joy. He's got something, I said to Reyes, pointing. Coming from the mine. She focused her binoculars, then grabbed her radio. All units, primary target has emerged from the mine shaft, holding an unidentified object. Exercise extreme caution. Below us, the situation was deteriorating. Cult members who had initially surrendered were now fighting with fanatical intensity, as if Blackwood's appearance had triggered something in them. Several agents had taken cover behind buildings, pinned down by gunfire. Blackwood himself, remained near the mine entrance, seemingly unconcerned with the battle raging around him. He knelt within the innermost circle of symbols, placing the object, which I could now see was some kind of stone artifact, at its center. "We need to stop him," I said urgently. "Whatever he's doing." "Stay here," Reyes ordered, already moving toward the path that would take her down to the valley. "That's an order, Jensen." I watched her descend, torn between the safety of the ridge and the growing certainty that something terrible was about to happen. When gunfire erupted in her direction, forcing her to take cover behind a boulder, my decision was made for me. I scrambled down a different route, using the cover of trees and the distraction of the ongoing firefight to approach the mine entrance from behind. The sounds of battle, gunshots, shouts, the crack of splintering wood, created a surreal backdrop to my advance. Drawing closer, I could see Blackwood more clearly. He was chanting now, hands raised above the stone artifact, which had begun to emit a faint luminescence that seemed to absorb rather than reflect the morning light. The air around him shimmered, as if viewed through heat waves despite the cool morning. I crept from cover to cover, avoiding the attention of both law enforcement and cult members. Neither side had noticed me yet, focused as they were on each other. 20 yards from Blackwood, I paused behind the collapsed remains of what had once been a storage shed, considering my options. I had no weapon, no authority, and no plan beyond a desperate need to interrupt whatever ritual Blackwood was performing. The rational part of my brain insisted this was just the theatrical finale of a delusional man, that the strange light and shimmering air were tricks of perception or simple technology designed to impress his followers. Yet something deeper, more primal, recognized a wrongness in what was unfolding, a fundamental violation of natural law. The mine entrance behind Blackwood seemed darker than mere absence of light should allow, a blackness that hurt to look at directly. A cult member spotted me, shouting a warning to Blackwood. I abandoned stealth and sprinted forward, driven by pure instinct. Blackwood turned, his ecstatic expression unchanging as he saw me. "You came after all," he said, his voice carrying clearly despite the chaos around us, "to witness the moment of transformation." "This stops now," I said, trying to project a confidence I didn't feel. Blackwood laughed, a sound of genuine amusement. "Stop it? You can no more stop this than you can halt the rotation of the earth. The alignment is perfect. The way is opening." As if to punctuate his words, the ground trembled beneath our feet. From deep within, the mine came a sound I still struggled to describe. Not quite a roar, not quite a musical note, but something that vibrated in the bones and set teeth on edge. The cult member who had spotted me raised a gun, but Blackwood waved him off. No, he should see. He should know what he tried to prevent. The shimmering air around Blackwood intensified, the darkness within the mine entrance seeming to leak outward like spilled ink. The stone artifact at his feet pulsed with that strange anti-light, each pulse accompanied by another tremor. "What have you done?" I whispered, transfixed by the wrongness before me. "Fulfilled a promise centuries in the making," Blackwood replied, his eyes reflecting the artifact's pulsations. "They come now, the masters of the deep, those who have waited in the spaces between dimensions since before mankind first walked upright." The tremors intensified, no longer isolated but continuous, a sustained vibration that sent loose stones dancing across the ground. Around us, the firefight had paused, both sides momentarily unified in their confusion and fear. Then I saw it, movement within the darkness of the mine entrance. Not a person emerging, but something else. Something that shifted and flowed like liquid, but maintained a vaguely vertical form. Something with too many aspects to process, as if multiple shapes occupied the same space simultaneously. My mind rebelled at the sight, refusing to resolve the contradictory visual information into anything comprehensible. Yet deep in my primitive brain, recognition flickered. This was predator. This was death. This was wrong. "Beautiful, isn't it?" Blackwood breathed, tears streaming down his face as he gazed at the abomination. Whatever spell had held me immobile broke. I lunged forward, not toward Blackwood, but toward the artifact. My hands closed around the cold stone, its surface vibrating against my palms with impossible intensity. Pain shot up my arms, but I held on, pulling it from the center of the circle. Blackwood screamed, lunging for me, but it was too late. With all my strength, I hurled the artifact against the nearest boulder. It shattered with a sound like breaking glass magnified 1,000-fold, a concussive force that knocked everyone nearby to the ground. What happened next unfolded in fragmented, nightmarish images. The darkness that had begun to emerge from the mine entrance seemed to collapse in on itself, pulled back as if by an unseen force. Blackwood, still screaming, ran toward the retreating darkness, arms outstretched in supplication or desperation. He reached the mine entrance just as a final massive tremor shook the valley. The unstable opening, weakened by decades of neglect and the recent disturbances, collapsed in a cloud of dust and falling rock. Blackwood disappeared beneath tons of stone and earth, his scream cut short with terrible finality. In the aftermath, an unnatural silence fell over Whisper Creek. The cult members who remained alive stared at the collapsed mine entrance in shock and disbelief. Many simply sank to their knees, the fight gone out of them. Others wept openly, their apocalyptic hopes literally crushed before their eyes. The FBI agents and sheriff's deputies moved in cautiously, securing weapons and restraining those who might still resist. Agent Reyes found me sitting on the ground near the shattered fragments of the artifact, my hands blistered and bleeding from contact with the stone. "What happened?" she asked, kneeling beside me. I shook my head, unable to articulate what I had seen. How could I describe something my mind refused to properly perceive? How could I explain the certainty that for a moment, something impossible had begun to enter our world? "Blackwood's dead," I managed finally, caught in the cave-in. Reyes nodded, looking toward the collapsed entrance. "We'll need to excavate, recover his body." "Don't," I said, the word emerging more forcefully than intended. "Seal it, fill it in. Make sure nobody ever goes down there again." She gave me a long, searching look. Whatever she saw in my face must have been convincing because she simply nodded. "I'll recommend it in my report." The aftermath unfolded over weeks and months. 16 cult members were arrested, with charges ranging from illegal weapons possession to conspiracy in the disappearances of dozens of hikers over 2 decades. The investigation expanded to other states, uncovering evidence of similar operations elsewhere. As for me, I spent 3 days in the hospital recovering from what doctors diagnosed as extreme stress, dehydration, and minor injuries from the concussive force of the artifact's destruction. The burns on my hands healed slowly, leaving scars and patterns that sometimes seemed to shift when viewed from the corner of my eye. I never returned to my cabin in Pine Valley. The memories were too raw, the proximity to Whisper Creek too unsettling. Instead, I moved to the coast of Oregon, finding work in another small town's hardware store, and gradually rebuilding some semblance of a normal life. Sheriff Dalton calls occasionally to check on me. He never asks directly about what happened in those final moments at the mine entrance, and I never volunteer the information. Some experiences defy explanation, existing in the liminal space between reality and nightmare. The official report concluded that Simon Blackwood was a charismatic psychopath who manipulated vulnerable individuals into joining his cult, using drugs and psychological conditioning to maintain control. The strange phenomena witnessed during the raid were attributed to hallucinogens released into the air, combined with elaborate stage effects designed to reinforce his followers' beliefs. It's a rational explanation, clean, comprehensible. I tell myself it's true on the good days, when the sun is bright and the memory of what emerged from that mine entrance seems distant and dreamlike. On bad days, when the scars on my hands throb with phantom pain, when I wake gasping from dreams of darkness flowing against natural law, I know better. And on the worst days, I wonder if destroying the artifact truly stopped whatever was beginning, or merely delayed it. I wonder if somewhere, in another abandoned mine or forgotten cave, another group of believers is preparing another ritual, drawing another set of symbols around another ancient stone. Because the most terrifying realization, the one that keeps me awake on moonless nights, is this: If such things exist in the spaces between dimensions, waiting for opportunities to enter our world, then Whisper Creek isn't special. It's just one weak point among many, one door among countless others. And sometimes, when I hike the coastal trails of my new home, I find myself scanning the hillsides, looking for abandoned structures, for signs of disturbance. Not out of curiosity anymore, but out of vigilance. Because I know now what lurks in forgotten places, in the shadows beneath the earth. I know what waits patient and hungry for someone curious or foolish enough to open the way. And I live with the knowledge that next time, there might not be anyone to close it. I suppose I should start with some background. This all happened in early 2019, when I was still trying to make sense of a loss that left a void in my life. My friend Julia was found dead 2 years prior in a Walgreens parking lot. She was slumped over in her car with no visible injuries, and the case was quickly ruled as a suicide by drug overdose. I never believed this conclusion. Julia radiated warmth. She was the kind of person you'd see and couldn't help but smile. Her presence brightened any room she entered, and her laugh was infectious. She volunteered at the local animal shelter every weekend. She organized community cleanups. She was planning to start a nonprofit focused on environmental conservation. This was not someone who would turn to drugs, and certainly not someone who would take her own life. The investigation felt hasty and superficial. When I arrived at the scene that night, the officers kept me at a distance. "Standard procedure," Officer Wilson told me, his face expressionless under the harsh parking lot lights. "We need to preserve the integrity of the scene." But I caught glimpses that didn't add up. No visible medication bottles, no signs of distress in her expression. She looked peaceful, almost as if she were sleeping. The medical examiner, Dr. Bennett, signed off on the overdose ruling within 48 hours. When I requested the toxicology report, I was met with bureaucratic obstacles. "These things take time," I was told repeatedly until eventually I stopped asking. Julia and I had spoken just hours before she died. She sounded excited, not despondent. "I found something," she had said, her voice hushed yet energetic over the phone. "Meet me tomorrow. I need to show you in person." But tomorrow never came for her. I spent months searching for answers, questioning friends, colleagues, anyone who might know something. Most people accepted the official story and moved on. Some suggested I should do the same. "Grief can make us see conspiracies where there are none," my mother said gently. Maybe she was right. Maybe I was fabricating mysteries to avoid accepting that Julia was gone. Eventually, I stopped actively investigating, but I never stopped wondering. I was taking a walk through a wooded area near my property earlier this morning in April 2019. The sun had just crested the horizon, bathing the forest in a soft golden light. The air was crisp with morning dew, and birds called to each other from the branches above. I walked this path often. It helped clear my mind when memories of Julia became overwhelming. The morning progressed normally until approximately 8 a.m. when something shifted. The birds stopped their cheerful chorus mid-note. The squirrels that had been scampering through the underbrush froze in place before quietly retreating up the nearest trees. Even the wind seemed to pause, leaving the forest in an unnatural stillness. The silence pressed against my eardrums, making me acutely aware of my own breathing, which suddenly sounded thunderous. I slowed my pace, scanning the surrounding trees. Had a predator entered the area? A bear, perhaps, or a mountain lion? The forest felt different, not just quiet, but watchful. The hairs on my arms stood on end despite the mild temperature. When I turned back to the path ahead, I saw it, a fox standing motionless in the middle of the trail. Its russet fur seemed unusually vivid against the browns and greens of the forest floor. It stared at me with an intensity that felt distinctly unnatural. Animals typically display fear or curiosity when encountering humans, but this fox's gaze held something I could only describe as recognition. It tilted its head, studying me. I blinked, and in that fraction of a second, everything changed. The fox was gone. In its place, approximately 15 meters down the trail, stood Julia. My mind struggled to process what my eyes were seeing. Julia, unmistakably Julia, stood before me in the same outfit she had worn the last time I saw her alive, a white blouse and blue jeans, her brunette hair falling in soft waves around her shoulders, her lips curved into the gentle smile I had missed for 2 years. "Julia?" I called out, my voice breaking. My mind raced with impossible explanations. A twin sister I didn't know about? A look-alike? A hallucination born from grief? She raised her hand and waved, the gesture so achingly familiar that my doubts momentarily vanished. I broke into a run, calling her name again. She turned and darted into the dense underbrush to the right of the trail. I followed without hesitation, pushing through thorny brambles that scratched at my skin. Branches whipped against my face as I pursued her fleeting form through the trees. "Julia, wait!" I called repeatedly. But she maintained her distance, always visible but unreachable. The terrain became steeper, but I barely noticed, focused entirely on not losing sight of her. My lungs burned with exertion, and sweat dripped into my eyes, but I pressed on. Then suddenly, the ground disappeared beneath my feet. I nearly pitched forward into emptiness before catching myself. I stood at the edge of a steep cliff, a 30-meter drop into a small valley below. Of Julia, there was no sign. I called her name until my voice grew hoarse, but received no response. As I stood there, trembling from adrenaline and confusion, the sounds of the forest gradually returned, birds resuming their songs, leaves rustling in the breeze. The world righted itself as if nothing unusual had occurred. I backed away from the cliff edge, my mind racing. What had I just experienced? Was Julia trying to communicate something? Was this a warning? Or was my grief finally manifesting in dangerous ways? The walk back home took twice as long as normal. My legs felt leaden, and I repeatedly stopped to look over my shoulder, half expecting to see Julia, or the fox, watching me from between the trees. The forest had returned to normal, but I had not. When I finally reached my cabin, I collapsed into a chair at the kitchen table and placed my shaking hands flat against the worn wood. I needed to think rationally. People don't transform from animals. The dead don't return to life. There had to be a logical explanation. Exhaustion, stress, grief, all potential culprits for hallucinations. But what I had seen felt too vivid, too detailed to be a mere product of my imagination. I remembered the specific way Julia's hair had caught the light, the slight scuff mark on the left toe of her shoe, details I hadn't consciously remembered in years. I reached for my phone and hesitated. Who could I possibly call? What would I say? I just saw my dead friend transform from a fox in the woods. That would certainly convince people I'd lost my grip on reality. Instead, I booted up my laptop and began researching. Grief hallucinations were apparently not uncommon, but typically involved sensing the deceased's presence or briefly glimpsing them in familiar settings, not elaborate chase sequences through forests. I found nothing scientifically credible about foxes transforming into people. Living near Navajo reservations, I had heard scattered references to skinwalkers, shapeshifters from Native American legends. But embracing such explanations felt like abandoning reason altogether. Besides, Julia had been kind and loving. The concept of her spirit becoming something malevolent that would lure me toward a deadly fall seemed fundamentally wrong. As evening approached, I found myself continuously glancing toward the windows, watching the forest darken. Sleep felt impossible. I made a pot of coffee and settled in for a long night, pulling out my old files on Julia's death. I spread the newspaper clippings, notes from my conversations with witnesses, and the few official documents I'd managed to obtain across the table. Looking at them with fresh eyes, certain inconsistencies seemed to stand out more sharply than before. The official time of death had been estimated between 8 p.m. and 10 p.m., but the security guard at the Walgreens had reported finding her at 11:30 p.m. The same guard mentioned seeing another car leave the far end of the parking lot when he approached Julia's vehicle, a detail absent from the police report. Most significantly, Julia's phone had never been recovered. The police claimed it wasn't in her car or on her person. Where had it gone? And what about the something she'd found? The reason she'd called me the day she died? As I reviewed these details, a new possibility formed in my mind. What if Julia's death wasn't a suicide at all? What if someone had wanted to silence her? And what if today's experience, however impossible it seemed, was somehow connected? The next morning arrived with gray skies and a persistent drizzle. I hadn't slept, and my eyes burned from exhaustion. The rational part of my brain urged me to dismiss yesterday's experience as a stress-induced hallucination. But a deeper instinct kept pulling me back to the forest. I dressed in waterproof layers, packed a small bag with water, protein bars, a first aid kit, and a powerful flashlight, and set out toward the woods again. This time I brought a digital camera. The forest felt different in the rain, subdued and secretive. Droplets collected on leaves before falling in heavy splashes to the forest floor. My boots sank slightly into the softened earth with each step. I followed the same path as yesterday, alert for any unusual silence or animal behavior. Nothing out of the ordinary occurred until I reached the approximate spot where I'd first seen the fox. I stopped, turning in a slow circle, camera ready. The forest continued its rain-muted symphony around me. After several minutes of waiting, I continued toward the cliff. The area looked different in the daylight, less mysterious but more ominous. Standing safely back from the edge, I surveyed the valley below. It appeared uninhabited. No buildings, no paths, just more trees clustering around a small stream that wound through the center. Nothing to indicate why Julia, or my hallucination of her, would lead me here. As I turned to leave, something caught my eye, a splash of white against the brown earth near the cliff edge. Carefully approaching, I discovered a small, weather-beaten plastic card partially buried in the soil. I dug it out with my fingers. It was an employee ID card for Northland Research Laboratories. The photo and name had been damaged by exposure to the elements, but the company logo remained clear. I pocketed the card, a chill running through me that had nothing to do with the rain. Northland Research Laboratories. Julia had worked there as an environmental compliance specialist for 3 years before her death. She had quit abruptly 2 months before she died, offering no explanation beyond ethical differences with management. The rain intensified as I made my way back home, thoughts churning. Was this a coincidence? Had Julia actually been here, or had someone else from her former workplace visited this remote spot? Back at my cabin, I dried off and examined the ID card more carefully. Despite the damage, I could make out portions of the name. Burtkin. The photo showed a middle-aged man with glasses and a stern expression. I opened my laptop and searched for Northland Research Laboratories. Their website described them as a leader in agricultural biotechnology and environmental solutions. Nothing immediately suspicious, but Julia's ethical differences and subsequent death now felt potentially connected. The company's About Us page listed their executive team. The director of research was identified as Robert Kincaid, Ph.D. I found his photo, the same man from the weathered ID card. I spent the next several hours researching Northland and Robert Kincaid. The company had received several EPA citations for improper chemical disposal 5 years ago, but had apparently cleaned up its act since then. Kincaid had published extensively on agricultural pest control methods, focusing on developing chemicals that targeted specific insect species without harming beneficial ones. What caught my attention was a small news item from 3 months before Julia's death. Northland had purchased 500 acres of land in the county for advanced field testing. The rough location described matched the valley below the cliff. As night fell, the rational explanation I'd been seeking began to take shape, but it provided little comfort. If Julia had discovered something concerning about Northland's research or their use of that valley, and if she had evidence on her phone. The sound of tires on gravel interrupted my thoughts. Headlights swept across my living room wall as a vehicle pulled up outside my cabin. I wasn't expecting visitors, especially not at this hour and in this remote location. Moving to the window, I peered through a gap in the curtains. A dark SUV with tinted windows had parked in my driveway. Two men in dark raincoats emerged, their faces obscured in the darkness. My heart hammered against my ribs as I watched the men approach my front door. They moved with purpose, their postures suggesting authority or at least confidence. I quickly turned off the lights in the living room and retreated to the kitchen, grabbing my phone. The sharp knock when it came still made me jump. I remained silent, debating my options. My cabin was isolated. The nearest neighbor was over a mile away. Calling the police would mean a minimum 20-minute wait for response. "We know you're home," a voice called through the door. "We just want to talk." I remained silent, my back pressed against the kitchen wall. "It's about Julia Monroe," the voice continued, "and what you found today." That decided it. I couldn't call the police, not yet. These men knew about Julia, and possibly about the ID card. I needed information more than I needed protection. "I'm armed," I lied, approaching the door. "Identify yourselves." "My name is Michael Wayland," the voice replied. "This is my colleague, Vincent Morris. We're from Northland Research Laboratories Security Division. We're not armed, and we're not here to threaten you." I opened the door a few inches, keeping the chain engaged. Two men stood on my porch, one tall and lean with graying hair, the other younger with a build that suggested regular gym visits. "How did you know I found something today?" I asked. The older man, Michael, exchanged a glance with his colleague. "We have security cameras throughout the valley. It's private property. We saw you at the cliff and noticed you picked something up. That doesn't explain how you found my address. Your property borders company land. We have records of all adjacent landowners." His explanation was smooth, rehearsed. "What do you want?" "May we come in? The rain is getting worse." I hesitated, then closed the door, unhooked the chain, and reopened it. "Make it quick." They entered, removing their wet coats and hanging them by the door. Their clothes underneath were business casual, nothing indicating they were official security. "We believe you found an ID card belonging to Dr. Kincaid," Michael said, taking a seat at my kitchen table without waiting for an invitation. "It's company property, and we'd like it returned." "Why was it at the edge of a cliff on your private property?" I countered. "Dr. Kincaid frequently hikes through the area while inspecting our field research," Vincent replied. "He must have dropped it during one of his inspections." "And the cameras that spotted me? They were installed when? Before or after Julia died?" The atmosphere in the room shifted perceptibly. Michael's expression hardened. "I'm not sure what you're implying, but Julia Monroe's death was thoroughly investigated and ruled a suicide. It had nothing to do with Northland." "Then you won't mind if I keep asking questions," I said, pulling out the chair opposite him and sitting down. "Julia called me the day she died. She said she'd found something she needed to show me. Her phone was never recovered." "People in distress often make cryptic statements," Michael said, his tone softening to something almost patronizing. "I understand she was your friend, and it's natural to look for explanations beyond the official one. But sometimes, tragically, people hide their suffering well." "Julia wasn't suffering," I insisted, "and she wouldn't have killed herself." Vincent leaned forward. "The ID card, please. Then we'll leave you alone." Something in his tone, a subtle threat beneath the politeness, made my decision for me. "I don't have it here. I put it somewhere safe after I found it." The two men exchanged another look. "Where exactly?" Michael asked. "That's my insurance," I replied. "Now I'd like you both to leave. It's late and I'm tired." Michael stood, his friendly facade dropping completely. "You're making a mistake. Northland is a respected company with significant resources. We protect our interests." "Is that what happened to Julia? She threatened your interests?" Vincent stepped closer, his size suddenly intimidating in my small kitchen. "We had nothing to do with what happened to your friend, but continuing to make unfounded accusations could create legal problems for you. Defamation, trespassing, theft of company property." I stood my ground. "I think the police would be interested in why Northland Security is threatening a private citizen at night." After a tense moment, Michael nodded to Vincent. "We'll go, but this conversation isn't over." He reached into his pocket and placed a business card on the table. When you're ready to be reasonable, call me directly." They collected their coats and left. I locked the door behind them and watched through the window as their SUV backed out of my driveway and disappeared down the road. My hands were shaking as I picked up Michael's card. Beneath his name and title, Director of Corporate Security, was a direct phone number. I knew I wouldn't be sleeping tonight either. Grabbing my laptop, I began a new search. Northland Research Laboratories plus Robert Kincaid plus experimental testing plus Valley. The search yielded little initially. Mostly press releases about Northland's commitment to environmental stewardship and sustainable agriculture. But on the third page of results, I found a link to an environmental watchdog blog. The post, dated 3 weeks before Julia's death, mentioned rumors of unauthorized chemical testing in watershed areas by a major agricultural research company. The post didn't name Northland specifically, likely for legal reasons, but mentioned the company had recently acquired land in our county. The blogger, someone named EcoWhistle, claimed to have a source inside the company who had documented evidence of soil and water contamination from experimental pesticides. Could Julia have been this source? I dug deeper, searching for other posts by EcoWhistle. There were several, each containing more detailed allegations about improper chemical disposal and potential health risks to local wildlife and water supplies. The final post was dated 2 days after Julia's death. It simply read, "With profound sadness, I must inform readers that my source has unexpectedly passed away. Without their evidence, I cannot continue these reports. This will be my final post on this matter." My exhaustion vanished, replaced by a rush of adrenaline. This couldn't be coincidence. Julia must have been gathering evidence against Northland, evidence that died with her, or more accurately, evidence that disappeared when her phone did. But what about today's experience in the forest? The fox, Julia's appearance, these still defied rational explanation. Unless it wasn't Julia I saw at all. A new disturbing possibility formed in my mind. What if someone had been monitoring my activity since Julia's death, aware of my suspicions? What if today's apparition had been staged? Someone resembling Julia, meant to lure me to the cliff edge. The timing of Northland security arriving at my home mere hours after I found the ID card suggested surveillance more sophisticated than just cameras in the valley. I checked all my windows and doors, ensuring they were locked. Then I gathered what I needed: my laptop, the ID card, a small overnight bag with essentials, and my car keys. I couldn't stay here tonight. Before leaving, I took one additional precaution. I typed up everything I had discovered, along with my suspicions, and scheduled an email to be sent to several news outlets and law enforcement agencies tomorrow morning if I didn't cancel it. Then I slipped out to my car and drove to a motel in the neighboring town. The motel was basic but clean, and most importantly, anonymous. I paid cash for one night and settled into the room, placing a chair against the door handle for additional security. With my laptop, I continued investigating until my eyes refused to stay open. Robert Kincaid's research history revealed a pattern, promising early results followed by projects mysteriously abandoned before peer review. Northland had been sued twice by former employees for wrongful termination, but both cases had been settled out of court with non-disclosure agreements. I finally dozed off around 4 a.m., my dreams filled with foxes that spoke with Julia's voice and cliffs that crumbled beneath my feet. Morning came too soon, sunlight streaming through gaps in the cheap curtains. I checked my phone. No missed calls or messages. The visit from Northland's security team apparently hadn't been followed by further contact. After a quick shower and coffee from the motel's lobby, I made a decision. I needed to see the valley from below. If Northland was conducting experiments there that threatened the environment, there might be physical evidence, containers, equipment, chemical traces, that could corroborate my suspicions. Rather than returning to the cliff, I consulted online maps to find an access point to the valley that wouldn't require crossing Northland property. There appeared to be an old logging road that approached from the opposite direction, likely unused for years, but potentially navigable with my SUV. The logging road was in worse condition than I'd anticipated. My vehicle bounced and scraped along the overgrown path, fallen branches scratching against the sides. After about 2 miles, the road became impassable, forcing me to continue on foot. The forest here felt different from the areas I usually hiked. Denser, less traveled, with an unsettling stillness that reminded me of yesterday's experience. I checked my phone periodically, dropping pins on my location in case I needed to find my way back quickly. After 40 minutes of hiking, the trees began to thin, and I caught glimpses of open space ahead. I slowed my pace, moving more cautiously now. If Northland had security cameras throughout the area, I needed to remain undetected. I reached the edge of the forest and crouched behind a large, fallen trunk. Before me stretched the valley I had viewed from above yesterday. From this vantage point, I could see what had been invisible from the cliff, a collection of small, prefabricated buildings clustered near the stream, surrounded by a chain-link fence topped with barbed wire. Signs warning private property and no trespassing were posted at regular intervals. Through my camera's zoom lens, I could make out more details. The largest building appeared to be a field laboratory, with smaller structures that might be storage or equipment sheds. A dirt road led from the compound to somewhere beyond my line of sight, presumably connecting to a main road outside the valley. What caught my attention most, however, were the patches of discolored vegetation surrounding the facility. In several areas, the normally vibrant spring growth was stunted and yellowed in perfect circular patterns. These weren't natural formations. They looked like test plots. I took numerous photos documenting the facility, the fence, and especially the damaged vegetation. As I adjusted my position to capture a better angle, my foot dislodged a rock that clattered down the slight incline toward the valley floor. A moment later, the door to the main building opened. A figure emerged, a man in a white lab coat. Even from this distance, I recognized him from his photo, Robert Kincaid. He scanned the tree line in my direction. I froze, pressing myself against the ground behind the fallen tree. After a moment, he retreated inside, but my brief sense of relief was shattered when an alarm began to sound from the facility. I didn't wait to see what would happen next. Gathering my belongings, I began making my way back through the forest as quickly and quietly as possible. The sound of an engine starting behind me accelerated my pace to a run. I had covered perhaps half the distance back to my vehicle when I heard voices calling to each other through the trees. They were searching for me, and they were closing in. My foot caught on an exposed root, sending me tumbling down a small embankment. Pain shot through my ankle as I attempted to stand. Not broken, I thought, but definitely sprained. I couldn't outrun them now. Limping to a dense thicket, I concealed myself as best I could and pulled out my phone. No signal, of course. I was too deep in the forest, but my camera still contained the evidence I'd gathered. I removed its memory card and tucked it into my sock, then placed the camera in an obvious location a few yards from my hiding place. With luck, they'd find it and assume I'd dropped it while fleeing. The voices grew closer. I controlled my breathing, trying to remain silent despite the throbbing in my ankle. Through gaps in the foliage, I caught glimpses of figures moving through the trees. At least 3 men, one of whom I recognized as Vincent from last night. They found the camera quickly. "Got something," one called out. Vincent examined it, then spoke into a radio. "Found a camera, checking for ID." He opened the compartments, finding it empty of identification, and more importantly, the memory card. "Keep searching," he ordered. "They can't have gone far." For over an hour, I remained motionless in my hiding place as the search continued around me. Eventually, the voices receded as the search pattern moved farther away. When I felt reasonably certain they were gone, I began the painful process of making my way back to my vehicle, keeping to the densest parts of the forest and moving as quietly as possible despite my injury. By the time I reached my SUV, the sun was beginning to set. I started the engine and carefully navigated back to the main road, constantly checking my rearview mirror for signs of pursuit. I didn't return to my cabin. Instead, I drove straight to the county sheriff's office in the neighboring town, where I requested to speak with Sheriff Rebecca Lynn, whom I knew by reputation to be thorough and honest. Sheriff Lynn listened to my story without interruption, her expression remaining neutral as I recounted everything, from Julia's death to my experience in the forest, the visit from Northland Security, and my discovery at the Valley facility. When I mentioned Julia's name, I noticed a flicker of recognition in her eyes. "I remember that case," she said when I finished. "It wasn't in my jurisdiction, it happened in Riverside County, but I knew the investigating officers." "They ruled it a suicide too quickly," I said. "They missed connections." She nodded thoughtfully. "Perhaps, or perhaps they were encouraged to miss them." She leaned forward. "You mentioned you have photographs?" I retrieved the memory card from my sock and handed it to her. She inserted it into her computer and began reviewing the images, her face growing increasingly serious. "These circular patterns," she said, pointing to the discolored vegetation. "They're consistent with chemical testing, and this facility doesn't appear in any of our permit records." She looked up at me. "This is concerning, but it's not proof of murder." But combined with Julia's final phone call to me, her missing phone, and Northland's aggressive response to my questions, "It's circumstantial," she interrupted, "but it's enough to warrant further investigation." She removed the memory card and placed it in an evidence envelope. "I'm going to contact the State Environmental Protection Agency and request an emergency inspection of that facility. In the meantime, you're not safe at your cabin." She arranged for me to stay at a local bed and breakfast under a different name, with a deputy posted nearby for protection. "Don't contact anyone," she instructed. "Don't use social media, and don't return to your property until I tell you it's safe." The next 3 days passed in a blur of anxiety and impatience. I received updates from Sheriff Lynn twice daily, brief, cautious calls that revealed little. On the 4th day, she arrived at the bed and breakfast in person, her expression serious but satisfied. "We executed a search warrant on the Northland facility yesterday," she said once we were seated privately. "What we found confirms your suspicions. They were testing an experimental pesticide that failed EPA safety reviews last year. The chemical composition matches trace evidence found in Julia's system during her autopsy." "They poisoned her," I whispered, the confirmation both vindicating and devastating. Sheriff Lynn nodded. "It appears so. The toxicology report identified the substance as a common anti-anxiety medication, which is why it was ruled a suicide. But this pesticide breaks down into compounds that mimic those medications. It was designed to be undetectable." "And her phone?" "Still missing. But we've arrested Robert Kincaid and Michael Wayland. They're facing multiple charges, including environmental violations, corporate fraud, and now murder." "What about what I saw in the forest? Julia, or someone who looked like her?" Sheriff Lynn's expression softened. "That remains unexplained. We found no evidence of anyone impersonating your friend. The security cameras at the facility didn't show anyone besides you in that area on the day in question." I felt a chill. "So, what did I see?" "I can't answer that," she said gently. "Sometimes in moments of stress or revelation, our minds process information in unusual ways. Perhaps some part of you already knew the truth about Julia, and your subconscious found a way to lead you to it." I wasn't entirely satisfied with this explanation, but I had no better one to offer. The fox, Julia's appearance, these remained mysteries that perhaps would never be solved. In the weeks that followed, the case against Northland executives built steadily. Internal documents revealed that Julia had indeed discovered their illegal testing and had collected water and soil samples as evidence. She had threatened to expose them unless they ceased operations and properly cleaned up the contamination. Rather than comply, they had silenced her permanently. The Valley facility was shut down. Environmental specialists began the long process of decontaminating the area. Northland Research Laboratories filed for bankruptcy amid the scandal and multiple lawsuits. I eventually returned to my cabin, though the forest no longer felt like the peaceful retreat it once had been. I never again saw the fox or Julia's apparition, despite many walks along the same trails. Sometimes I find myself standing at the cliff edge, looking down at the valley, wondering if Julia somehow found a way to guide me toward the truth. Science offers no explanation for such things, yet the timing and circumstances defy mere coincidence. Perhaps some mysteries are better left unsolved. What matters is that Julia received justice, and the truth about her death finally came to light. Whatever or whoever I saw that day in the forest, I remain grateful for the encounter that set these revelations in motion. The echo in the woods has faded, but its message was heard.